Here we go with another live virtual Vibe-a-Thon. Anybody, and I mean anybody, who is listening to the sound of my squeaky, high-pitched voice can build software. If my 11-year-old can do it with just a paragraph, you can too. I mean, as long as you could write. And if you can't necessarily write, that's okay, because AI is usually good enough to be able to pick up on typos. Heaven knows, sometimes I get so excited that I don't type correctly. You could even speak it into existence. So if you have not yet begun started down the path of what they call vibe coding, that's kind of why I wanted to bring you along with me. Because I'm not a developer, but I'm developing software. I'm not an engineer in any way, shape, or form. If I am anything, it's just a technology enthusiast. And I have seen, over the past almost year, so much being actively developed in this realm of technology that it's only gotten easier and easier and easier for non-technical people to do. And of course, it's gotten easier for technical people to do as well. And there are tons of meetups and groups and communities, and certainly your social feeds dominated by those who are technologists and are software developers and are, steeped in this world. And those who are probably running Claude, Molt Button, OpenClaw, or have joined Moltbook. I have not yet. I'm still kind of sitting back, watching all that unfold. I can get into that, as soon as the ball gets rolling here. But either way, this particular workshop is designed to just kind of get you off that virtual couch and doing something. So I want to begin with a post on social media that just hit my feed not long before this broadcast, and I apologize if that text is too small. Let me go ahead and read it out loud for you. NW Brown Boy, someone that I've met at a local Threads meetup, friends of mine who are completely non-technical and hadn't written a line of code prior to December when the Claude Code hype blew up in earnest, are now building little custom software apps in a day or two that would have taken me weeks or 2 weeks or more to do a few years ago. There's a lot of wild feelings associated with that. And to that, I absolutely do not disagree. There's never been a better time to jump in to try something. And so this is, again, designed, this particular workshop, designed to get you to try something. And so at a high level here, I wanted to kind of do a rundown of what vibe coding is and what you can expect during at least this particular workshop, if you're not already familiar with the flow. I try to produce these events once or twice a month. Some of them hybrid, both in person and virtual, and other ones like this one, virtual. Someone at the end of this particular broadcast will have qualified to receive an Amazon gift card, $100 Amazon gift card up for grabs for registered participants. So hopefully you registered. Good to see everybody, virtually at least, familiar faces and names. So this is ctrl+alt+create live, where I'm hoping to get you all creating. This is sponsored by Every. If you head over to every.io, the links, of course, have been shared throughout, where I've been sharing information about this event. But, if you had an idea, you've got, a little bit of entrepreneur in you, and you're ready to take that idea to the next level and make it a business, Every is there for you. They'll register your C Corp for free. So you can't beat that. There's never been a better time to be an entrepreneur. And if you consider yourself, someone who has an idea, but no idea on how to execute that idea, vibe coding is a great place to start. Now, that's not to say that what we're going to do today is necessarily going to yield the next, $1 billion, from you, or for you, I should say. Maybe you do have $1 billion to give. I don't know. But maybe it gets the ball rolling. And that's the thing that I think excites me the most about vibe coding and sharing that enthusiasm with people who had no idea they could do it. And so Every has been very supportive. I'm very, very grateful for them. You might remember in December, we had Google Jules, a member of their team, come in and just demonstrate what Jules could do for you in the realm of vibe coding. Whichever tool you choose to use, you're going to have code that's going to need to be managed. Jules is a great way of doing that, an autonomous coding agent. You likely already have a Google account, so you probably already have access to Gemini. At which level, it's completely up to you. I've been debating upgrading to the Google AI Ultra myself, if only to play around with what they're doing with Genie. This week, Google Labs rolled out Genie, which is where you can basically prompt a 3D game that you can play in real time. It's crazy where this stuff is going, where this stuff is today. So Google Jules will help you manage the code, run tests, do bug fixes. Basically, once you've created it, what are you going to do with it? Jules is there to help you once you've got it set, or even if you have the idea and you want to get started. Bam! It's awesome. So check out Joule.google. The link, of course, is over on ctrl+alt+create.live or ctrl+alt+create.live.com. So thanks again to those two sponsors. Now I've got, I know there are people that I've also invited into this workshop, this virtual event that I know is happening on the weekend, so not everybody could attend live. Totally get it, but that's the reason why I like recording it. Logan, I'm bringing you in at least by way of audio. I'm not sure if you've got a webcam, but if not a big deal. I'd change the view for that. Logan, I was on his radar for years, but he hit my radar when in mid-2025, last year, I really wanted to, and still kind of do, basically create a place, a repository for prompts, and like a social network for prompts. And the people I've seen have released things like this. I vibe coded, a foundation in Lovable less than a year ago. It was good for what it was, but it was more of a prototype, and getting it, from prototype to shipping code just wasn't going to happen. But we did our best with it. Who knows? It may get resurrected at some point in the future. But for the time being, I'm doubling down on enabling other people with just creating something, starting small, and kind of going from there. So Logan, thank you for joining. I'm going to add to the stage. I'm going to take away the screen sharing, because now I've got another individual. If you want to share your screen too, feel free. Of course, if you got code, if you got an IDE, integrated development environment. Did I get that right?
Yeah, you got it right. Yep.
My God, could you believe it? Like, this is what I'm saying. I'm developing software, but I'm not a software developer. And I think that's kind of what vibe coding, at least for the non-technical user, is about. So thanks again, as I mentioned, to our sponsors. The link for this particular presentation is on the website. But I've got it pulled up here. I made it with Gamma. Best way to create, in my opinion, in my experience, presentations, just from a few various notes. And so I vibe coded a deck for everybody to use and share effectively. This kind of started last year. Andrew Carpathy would be the basically the person to thank, or Andre, for coining the phrase. And of course, it's taken off from there. And the idea is that you just speak your mind, or write your mind to an AI, I guess a model, or by way of a service like ChatGPT, Gemini. These are more popular services. There are seemingly a million of them these days. But basically, you just speak it to life, and it's kind of that simple. In fact, earlier this week, I one-shotted, if you will, and that's the phrase to use, an application. I did this live on Thursday during the live stream. I do a casual hangout vibe coding live stream. Created a cork board just from 2 paragraphs, and it was viable. I ended up kind of completing this particular cork board, and it works. It's kind of crazy how well it did work. And so with it, you could drag and drop little Polaroids. You can export. You can change pin colors. You can add different effects to it, or different like filters added to the Polaroids. You can change the captions underneath. But it was just very simple. It was like 2 paragraphs, and then it was done. This is a web app. It'll be uploaded to my so-called arcade here relatively soon for anybody to play with, and of course thrown onto GitHub for anybody to grab and iterate. But this working app was basically just typed to life. That was it. I had an idea, had a quote-unquote problem, or I was looking for a solution, and I made it. And I think that's, again, to me, the value of vibe coding, especially for the non-technical person. If you can explain your app idea to a friend over coffee, you can build it with vibe coding. How big, how small? Well, it depends on how complex the idea is. As you might have noticed from Wednesday's broadcast, a one-on-one I had with a colleague from Reincubate, we vibe coded a Mac app, a script that ran on her desktop to help her troubleshoot information about her network to give to her ISP. And that was it. You saw me, well, or would have seen me do it in real time, not being an app developer, showing her how to develop an app and developing an app that worked. It was functional. So
that was on Thursday you were doing that?
That was Wednesday. Thursday, yeah, Wednesday. It was kind of like an impromptu one-on-one. Ended up being like a 2-hour session I threw onto YouTube, but it was a lot of fun. And I've never, in all the vibe coding, 99% of what I've done has been web-based. These web-based apps, very simple, fun, games, utilities, what have you. But she needed something. When she told me, I was like, yeah, that's not going to work with a web app. Like, you're going to need like command line, terminal, and thinking, how do we do this? Threw it out to Google Gemini, and that my guess was correct. Originally, though, it threw back. Gemini says, well, you're going to need to, get Python this and this script there. And I'm thinking, that's a little in depth. I'm like, what if we don't have the developer tools installed, and then we end up just working through an Apple script effectively and building an application in the script builder, which, I think would have it has effectively helped her accomplish the same goals, or will have accomplished those same goals. And I think, from her perspective, it was incredibly valuable. And when she, accepted this one-on-one invitation, she, like I'd assume many people, went to Gemini, ChatGPT, Grok, whoever, and asked, well, how do I get started with vibe coding? That's the problem. If you ask, it's going to say, oh, you got to download Claude, you got to download developer tools, install this VM, do this, you got to do this. And it's just too overwhelming. And in many cases, to get started with vibe coding, you just start typing. You say, here's the problem. This is the problem. This is a possible solution that I'm thinking about, but this is what success looks like. It's very entrepreneurial in terms of how you approach it. This is what success looks like.
I think it definitely matters, like what their background is, right? Like, what are they comfortable with? Like, are they more comfortable kind of like in a UI, versus like the command line or an IDE, or it's like, what is their background? I thought about, I want to record. I know you have more experience kind of recording videos and producing all these videos, but I've been a developer friend of mine who's kind of like changing languages and wants to get into like Claude Code. And so I'm hoping next week to kind of like record that with him and like show him like how to get started with Claude Code. And that might be helpful for like other programmers that maybe are working with AI but doing it in a different way, but are interested in like what's possible with agentic development.
Yeah, and again, we've had plenty of time talking together. I'm still very non-technical. I want to go larger, but I also know there's a lot that I don't know. And in many ways, it's like the opposite of Dunning-Kruger. Like, I know what I don't know. And that keeps me from going down that rabbit hole, knowing what I'm comfortable with, knowing what it is that I might want. And sometimes kind of not limiting myself to that, but in many ways, keeping myself from running into problems that I know I'm inevitably going to run into. And of course, these tools are, constantly evolving. Now Anthropic that has launched Claude Cowork on the desktop, which is kind of like more of a non-technical IDE for basically getting things done on the desktop, or productivity work. And I haven't even done that. I haven't even gone down that rabbit hole. And I think a lot of people that might be interested in vibe coding are not familiar or comfortable at all with the command line in any way, shape, or form. Or maybe kind of, but not maybe like you, or maybe me with the background and growing up with DOS and the C64 and VIC-20 way back in the day. So vibe coding, perfect for technical users who know what they're doing and, can basically act as an orchestrator, or if you will, as Striker Arcade says, learning how to prompt is very important these days, even as a technical person. It's being able to set context, not just prompting, but context engineering and giving the right framing for what it is that you might want.
It's all about managing the context. We're becoming, the programmers are becoming more of context engineers, I think, than of course you need to know the code. If you're writing software, you need to know how to build software. But I think that's the great thing about vibe coding is,
to a certain degree. I mean, at a bigger level, yes. But I think just getting started, I mean, there's ways through that. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think a lot of times, if you're approaching a new project or something, you get into these cycles where you'll try to solve something and you're unfamiliar with how to solve the problem, and then you don't really phrase hey, I'm trying to accomplish this. This is what this is the error that I'm getting. How do I get out of this loop? And then if you don't prompt it right, you get stuck in this and we saw that this last year, kind of on some of the stuff we were working on, is if you take that error and pit it and you throw it into another, if I was having a problem in Gemini, I would take that problem and throw it to Claude or throw it to ChatGPT, and it would debug. Yeah. Right? It didn't know. I was like, here's what you do. And in many cases, that fixed the problem.
Yep, for sure. And there's Cursor has built a lot of tools where if you get an error, then you can just hover over the error and then adds it to the agent context, and then it's immediately troubleshooting it for you and kind of helping you figure out how to fix it. So it depends on the tools. Some tools make it easier than others, for sure.
I'm curious. Developer Bunny says, I made a vibe-coded app called Voice Shield AI recently. I am curious about that. Although on Discord, on our Discord server, people have been posting their projects and vibe-coded apps, et cetera, including the guy below me, known as Pixels, who's usually with me on Thursdays, do the casual stuff. He's kind of, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, you have, at least last time we talked, you have run Claude now open Claw, Pixel?
Yeah, I did. I only very briefly used it. I really didn't dive deep into it at all.
Yeah, I haven't even gone that deep into it either. I mean, everything I've done is extremely high level. So to get started, just basically open up your favorite, tool that you happen to use, whatever you're most comfortable with, and I'm going to show you an example here. Be simple, specific, get ready to iterate, and try to keep from being vague, because the more vague you are, the more open-ended those results are going to be. The best tool for the job, as Logan had kind of phrased, it kind of depends, right? Are you familiar with this? Are you familiar with that? I say, if you've not started with anything, are you familiar with ChatGPT? Great, start there. Have you been using Claude on the web? Claude.ai? Go there. Are you using Gemini? I use Gemini almost religiously for building all of my apps. 99% of them are web apps. So go with whatever tool you're most familiar with. And it's certainly for the simple web app stuff. If you're looking to build mobile apps, Vibecode app, Bitrig, Rourke, Replit, there are tools that are specifically built for you to better build those types of tools. So it just kind of, again, depends on the type of software that you might want to try, the software that fits your needs. So just think of yourself as an orchestrator, as someone who is setting context. Your AI is your companion, your I got to be careful to say co-pilot, your colleague, your assistant's probably the wrong word. Like you're someone that you're guiding through to help you get to what you want. You are managing a virtual assistant effectively. So for this workshop, now that we've kind of had, these higher level discussions and kind of set the stage, thank you for showing up. Thank you for registering. We're going to now, I guess, ask everybody for certain words, because we need to we need to figure out what word we're going to vibe code around today. Like, we just need like random words. I'm just going to start here because I'm drinking a mocha, so I'm just going to say coffee. I could have said caffeine.
I want agent.
Agents? I always think of elevator action. Remember the old video game Elevator Action? Like, oh my God, it was a coin op, like an arcade game.
Okay.
Oh, it was so good. I was like, I don't know why that became a favorite. It seemed easy. It seemed approachable. But it was certainly eons ago. So everybody, give me a word. I need random words to throw into the spin wheel. Trupa. I haven't tried it, but we just mentioned Pixels had installed it. That would probably be a completely different broadcast, because Claudebot, then what was it, Moltbot, now it's OpenClaw, has been just over the past week.
Yeah.
Incredible.
It's like over 100,000 now, I think.
Yeah, it's insane. It is insane, the growth, but it's a completely different level. It's not for non-technical users yet. Definitely a deeper technical discussion there. Mountain is another word we've got here. Mountain. All right, that's a good one.
Lobster.
Mountain's a good one. Random. OpenClaw. I don't know. I don't know if we can take OpenClaw as a random. It's kind of a dictionary word.
What about lobster? Because it's the
lobster we could do. Yeah, lobster we could do. I don't think that'll get us in trouble. Not that it would get us in trouble with that. It's just we've got to figure out a word that everyone is going to be creating around, if you will. So we're going to spin that wheel and get one of these. Actually, 4 is actually not too bad. Like 1 out of 4. These are pretty good words. I got to stop before we get a bad word, because if we get a bad word, not a bad word, swear word, but like a word that's really difficult, it just becomes that much more challenging to go, what am I going to do with this word? So I'm going to go ahead and
also
that.
Like trademark stuff is like...
Yeah, I don't know how all that kind of stuff sits. Although it says, Brian Potter says, I have OpenClaw totally set up, running several agents. Have an agent that can call and set appointments for me. Personal assistant that checks emails, proactively thinks ahead for me. It's incredible. I'm watching it with curiosity, but I'm just like, I see a lot of security question marks. And so I'm like, don't know if I'm in yet. Oh, Developer Bunny hang on. Developer Bunny slid in spaceship. That's not a bad one.
I think I'd have to resub to OpenAI if I set up the OpenClaw box.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, because like you need the OAuth. I hear from what I looked into it is like if you set it up with your API key, like you'd spend like over $100 a day.
Too much money. That's exactly why I'm not going. This is free. Yeah. Everybody, agent. Okay, there you go, Logan. I hope you're happy.
Yay!
The winner is agent. So that's what we're going to vibe code around today. So here's the game, people, and you can make a game if you want. Use whatever tool you want to use. Right? You could use Gemini. You could use Chat. I don't care. Nobody cares what tool you use apart from you. You have to create something, anything, with that word. It could be just in the title. You could call it Agent Watermelon, and it's an app that helps you manage, your fruit intake, or a secret agent spy thing. It's a game, or something that just has the word agent in it somewhere, somehow. You could even vibe code your own agent if you are technical. And so that's it. Hopefully towards the end of this particular workshop, people might want to be able to share, if they're not already sharing here in the stream, what it is that they are building. So the idea is, yes, I don't know if we're going to try to make something together this way, because that might be a little difficult to coordinate because we're all on different systems, but you create your own thing. You could share it in the Discord links. You could share it as a link, as a comment here for everybody to look at. It's easy to share, at least from Gemini, ChatGPT, etc. Public links. You could upload to GitHub. You could upload to your own website, just somewhere to share it. That's fine. If you run out of, if you didn't get it to where you wanted it to be before sharing it, that's okay. You can qualify for the $100 Amazon gift card giveaway by submitting what you create as a link in the survey that will be emailed to you. That's how you qualify, right? So create something in and around the word agent. You could work with somebody if you want, like independently, or you're together virtually, working with a friend remotely. It doesn't matter. Just be creative as you possibly can, and let's see what happens, because no one knows what's going to happen. And the hope is you're going to have something. And then that something could grow into something else, or it could inspire you to do something at a much a deeper level. You never know. You never know. So anyway, agents is what we're going to do. I've got to think now. I think, Logan, are you going to do your own agent? Are you going to build your own agent? Because I'm going to go the other end.
We can, yeah. I want like a meta agent, agent that builds other agents. That sounds fun.
Doesn't that sound scary? I told you what agent I want. I've got to if I can figure out that system, what I want, if we're an agent, I'm speaking it into the universe, right? Because I haven't figured out how I would manage it, but something that would tell me, what was going on, not just in social, but tell me, this is the type of community I want to engage with. Who do I need to reply to right now? Where do I need to engage right now? What's being said? Where are they saying it? Why do I need to engage? Maybe even tell me what I might say, but I wouldn't even know what to, I wouldn't know where to begin with that apart from just manual scrolling. So my type of agent that I would like to see in one platform or another is that. And maybe there is that platform that exists in the realm of OpenClaw today, or potentially in the future, or using another service altogether, and then just basically having it do that, running a quote-unquote cron job or a scheduled task to do it in an automated capacity. That's the agent that I wanted to see brought to light. And could I do it? Yes. Would it be very messy? Also, yes.
How much of
could
your
it be
life
expensive?
Yeah.
That's what scares me, is knowing that I could spend a lot of money on something and still not get what it is that I was looking for. Fixin' Dude, thank you for joining. And tonight's word is agent. In fact, where can I do that? Let's run a banner. Let's go here, create a banner. Is this event's keyword? Make something around it however you want. And be sure. I'm typing in it's a scroller ticker that we're going to have running here. Survey that we'll be emailing to all registered participants. There we go. Okay. Theoretically, no. I want it to scroll. But that's it. That's that. Enter a banner. Scroll. Oh, I know. I had to. Sometimes StreamYard. There we go. There we go. All right. So if you two want to throw up your screens to show off what you're doing, even if you want to talk through the process of what you're making and how you're making it, that's cool too. I am using Gemini, so I'm going to go to. I'm going to make sure I'm on Pro for the model, and let me go ahead and I'm going to change the view here for a second. I'm going to select the Pro model. And then under tools, I always select canvas. So that way I've got a way to easily see the code that's being made. And so this is how I'm going to vibe code something. And first, I'm going to give it some context that worked really well when I did this the other day. I was kind of, I was really in the retro mood for some reason, and ended up framing for anybody just different app ideas. And so I'm going to start there. You are a creative developer who prioritizes the aesthetic feel and immediate interactivity. Build me a single page web application using only HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. The UI should be highly stylized with a blank aesthetic. Make it responsive and include subtle animations or sound like visual feedback. So I'm going to give it context. I'm going to say this is the kind of thing that I want to create, because it's worked well for me when I've done this in the past. And for some reason, I'm going back to that idea of the elevator action game. And so but I wonder if AI's got to know. It's got to do the research. It's got to know what elevator action was. So we're going to say arcade, like Atari 2600 aesthetic. Build a game that has the same mechanics as elevator action. It's to be called elevator, if I spell it right, elevator agent. See how I did that?
Yeah.
So that's it. That's what I'm going to start with. And I know I can tell you right now, especially when it comes to games, I'm going to need to iterate. So this is as simple as it gets. This is how you start vibe coding. Even if I say, let's just say you're like, well, I don't know any of that stuff, Chris. I could take out that first paragraph and just say, build a game that has the same mechanics as elevator action.
Or try both. I mean, like with Gemini, it's just another tab, right? And you can
So okay, Logan, just for argument's sake, let's do that. So I'm going to give it some context first in this one, and a lack of context in another, and show you the difference. Let's make sure we're selecting canvas using the pro model. And it's going to think about it. I can force it to answer. I'm this close. I like what Claude is, but the web apps that it creates tend to always look the same, and that drives me up the wall. But it does work well. Okay, so this one, I told it, go ahead, Logan.
I don't want to hijack the stream too much, but like the spec. So if we're building this like outside in like the CLI or Cloud Code or something like this, like a really good first step is to work on like the software spec, especially if you have.
If you know what that is, though.
Yeah.
But if someone doesn't know what stack even is to begin with.
Spec, yeah.
Spec, right. Well,
spec, yeah. So, I mean, like, maybe like this is more for the technical audience, but you can use Gemini to like write the software spec and kind of like iterate, like start with the idea and then say, okay, I have, this is kind of the general idea for the app, and then give it kind of like, here are the tools that I want to build it in, right? So I want to build it in TypeScript. I want to, it should have Tailwind, Bun, or Node, kind of like make technical decisions and like work on a software spec, and then so you can use Gemini or Claude or anything. But that's like typically a really good first step, is like nail down.
But that's assuming you know what TypeScript is. That's assuming you know what any of it is, and that's fine when you can define what it is that you're more comfortable with. But you don't need to do it. It just means that remember the vagueness of prompting versus context. Like the more as to Logan's point, the more context you set, the closer to your ideal outcome you're going to get. So to Logan's point, I'm just going in, I'm going to have thinking. I'm saying I'm looking to build a plan around the development for a video game that plays like elevator action did.
And
So this is the plan, right?
Another thing you can do is like you can like Gemini is super powerful in like the research mode. Like you can have it basically like write a little research paper for you on like, you know, how would a developer with 20 years experience, you know, build this sort of app, and it'll like give you a bunch of like choices on like technology stacks and stuff. So
and let you choose, but you don't need to. I mean, you can, but you don't need to. You can jump in and iterate, right? You can keep pushing. If you have specificity for that outcome, it's going to be, again, you're going to be closer to it. Part of vibe coding sometimes, though, is just kind of leaning back and saying, you know, I don't know what I don't know. You tell me what I should be using sometimes. But if you know what you, like I know I want a single page web app. That's me. That's how I'm going to manage the app. And yes, by the way, it made a game that fast. We'll see how well it plays. This is the prompt that I used that was a bit more fleshed out. There's the plan. Even though I'm not using the plan, I was just demonstrating what Logan was talking about. Hey, can you help me build a plan? Like I could ask like, what technology should I use for it? I mean, again, I could go down that rabbit hole of planning for something that's going to be substantially larger. But if I'm looking for just a quick fix, I'm going to go that route. So I will tell you two things. Yes, it made a game that fast, but I don't like what this vague prompt did compared to the more specific prompt. And here's why. Because I was going for a retro aesthetic. I wanted like an Atari game, kind of the Atari 2600 aesthetic. This font that it chose is closer to the font that I would want to use, as opposed to this font. And I'm just like, yeah, that font's not doing it for me. Courier, I don't think it's an interesting font. Now let's see how each one of these games plays. Right? We've got I've set a framework for what kind of app I want to be able to create, what kind of game. It says press Z or tap to start. Oh, wow. Okay, that was too fast. Okay, where's fire? Okay. Cool, guys, really, this is elevator action, kind of, but it's almost. Oh,
the elevator hits you from up.
No. An agent hit me. I'm going to change the controls because I don't want these controls. And the elevator doesn't look like... Yes,
it doesn't hurt you yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there we go. So I'm going to have to... he shot me.
Yeah, the agent shot
right?
you.
And it's too fast. It's happening too fast. Back in the day, it would be like a slow... You could hear it. And then the bullet... And you'd have a chance to duck or a chance to jump. So it's like close.
Slower bullet, and then also maybe a health bar, some sort of like, you know, so you don't die immediately, like, you know, 4 hearts or something.
Easily. So let's see how the other one went. This is one I wasn't as specific with. Oh, interesting graphics.
That's cool. Okay,
so and it's...
Is it infinite? Or...
no, it should go to... I think that's one of my doors. I'm sliding too far with the... How do I get in the door? Oh, I have to just press up? Okay. So what's my fire? Ooh. I ducked, but I also want to go full viewport, I think. Okay, so I went up, go up, wait, up. Okay, so the game mechanic on this one is a little better. And this one, again, I wasn't as specific. But how far will I fall? Will it let me fall all the way? Where's my fire? What's my... Oh, shoot. Ah! X.
Yeah, you're firing now, huh?
Yeah. Did I get him?
Or he fell down the ladder thing.
There we go. I just pelted him. Oh. Got to get through this door, which rendered over another door, but that's okay. There's escape, so that's the bot. Oh! Yeah, I got to be very careful here.
Now, how do you get down?
That's how I do it, Logan. Yay, mission accomplished. So there we go. I have effectively not... I wouldn't call this a one-shot, right? It wasn't exactly the way that I would want it, but I feel I've got 2 potentially good starting points. I like the graphics and aesthetic of this one, but I feel like it was closer to making a usable game, even with the more generic prompt. Now remember, this was with no planning. I could have planned things out and said, okay, do this, do that, do this, do that, and potentially gone down that rabbit hole of something a lot more complex. But look at, even in planning, technical prototype, weeks 1 to 4. This is 1 to 4. 4 weeks?
Yeah,
1
they're
week?
so bad at estimates. Yeah.
The estimates are not even close. I played that game. I played that level. It needs adjustments for sure. And so now between these two, I have to decide which one I want to, or if not, both iterate and see where it goes. So I could say to this one.
I think that the estimates are like, how much time did it just save you? Like how much time if a human just built this thing would it take? Like.
See here, let's make all the graphics like the Atari 2600 instead. So again, I'm iterating, right? Let's make sure the bottom floor has a base that runs the span of the viewport. Let's stretch the entire game to be the full viewport, and that is like the full screen, because right now it's kind of running, you can see all this black border around. I don't want that. Including the font.
I saw someone the other day. It was interesting. He actually made it so that he could essentially call his server on the phone and it give him updates on it.
That would be through CloudBot.
Yeah, I believe that's what he used. Yeah.
Definitely. Oh, he's really firing. I need another way to fire. Oh, he's gone. You know what? I think this actually could work. I mean, as odd as it sounds, I'm playing the game and now I'm debugging. I'm acting like a product manager. I'm saying, let's
the gameplay is better on this one, but
yeah, I think so too. And that's where I'm starting. I'm going to iterate this one. The agent slides too much when I lift my finger from the keyboard. Space makes sense, but firing doesn't. I've got to figure out another firing. Firing needs to be F, because my finger is there on the F key.
Yeah, that makes sense.
To fire,
or space, or
it should be no space is jump.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, are you doing? Are you? Am I keeping you from your agent?
No, I'm
your agent.
I just decided that I would watch you and like help, talk.
Oh yeah. That works. This plays a lot like the game, except that the screen should not scroll sideways. The entire game should be played within the width of the viewport. Doors should not spawn over other doors.
So what?
When a door, yes.
Do we want to make this one, since the gameplay is better on this one? Do we want it to look like the other one? Because I will.
That's my aesthetic. I'm going with let's make all the graphics like the Atari 2600. I'm going to see what it does.
Well. So what? I don't know. You should have a screen capture thing.
Yeah.
Right?
I can. So I can go multimodal.
And then capture a frame of that game. Be like, make it look like this. Well, maybe not that, but the front.
Oops, sorry. Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. I'm going to see what it does. Here's the okay, I can send you. Here. This is the cool thing about Google. I can copy out that canvas and share it with everybody, such that you can basically fork what it is that I'm doing and make your own iteration of it. I know what you're saying though. So what Logan is pointing out, rightfully so, is tools like Gemini are what they call multimodal. So if I like the graphics on this game, I could take basically a screenshot and then basically attach it here within Gemini and then say, hey, make it look like what I attached. Theoretically, that's what I could do.
Yeah.
When a door, the file, it should gray out. Okay, so I've got docs are picked up. My HP is great, 75. So this picked up HP versus the other one that didn't have HP.
How did the game originally work? Were you able to go through the doors?
Yes, you went into the door and then came back out.
Okay.
And I'm not there yet.
Is it to hide, or the doors aren't connected? It's just like, okay.
It's to either hide and you missed the other bullets, or it was to get the file. There was only one file in the original elevator action, if I remember correctly, and you had to get the file and you had to escape out of that building before another agent got you.
Got it.
And then bullets are flying way too fast. Slow them down so that there's a chance to respond. Okay, so that's enough feedback, again, for one round of edits. So instead of giving it feedback and then iterating, I typically with Gemini, I'll just give it like a laundry list of like, here's a lot of the things that I feel are going to improve what it is that I'm working on here. I can take that out, I guess. This is duplicate. And that's it, people. That's vibe coding. Let's see here. If I've gotten, I'm going to nuke the plan there and open up Gemini and say, build me a web-based tool that helps me search and replace text in files on my local computer. Nothing should get uploaded to the internet. So I'm like, I'm just looking for a search and replace within text. And this is actually a use case for vibe coding, right? I'm building a utility for my desktop, and I've done this already. It's already in the arcade, but I'm showing you. Call it rename agent, or just agent recall, rename, agent replace.
Agent replace, I like it.
Agent replace. So build me a web-based tool, like a single page web app. Now, likewise, I'm on a Mac, so I can say, build me an Apple script. Build me something that, I could turn into an application. I could give it that framing. I could give it any framing, and it's going to produce that which, that what I'm telling it to do. I'm going to make sure it's in pro mode for Gemini, because it thinks longer for advanced math and code. And then say, this is what I'm going to create. So yeah, I've got something fun. Oh, look at that. So it listened to my feedback. It changed the font, which I like. It changed the graphics. So it did that. Infiltrate, get red files, exit bottom right. Now we're going to play it. Okay. Oh, look at that. You can see the legs moving. Look at that. It's incredible. I should be able to squish him. So that's something I'm going to write here. When an elevator hits the top of an enemy character head, that character should get squished under the elevator. I don't know if I like the designs of the characters, but I'll come back to that. I'm not going to worry about that right now.
Yeah, and
I'm just kind of.
Well, there's like the AI of the enemies too.
Oops.
Like you could.
I can't get up there. Yeah, the AI of the enemies.
So I wonder, like if you wanted to get like super specific, or you could have them like try to avoid, like have like a cone of vision. And if they see the elevator coming down, then they try to move out of the way or something.
A little smarter.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to make my enemies so smart yet. But I like the it really did elevators should not it can't move through. Yep. Elevators cannot move through floors, only open spaces in floors. Okay. The jump should be slightly longer. there should be lights on the ceilings that can be shot out, and that turns everything darker.
And like every gap
for
should have
1 second.
an elevator too, right?
I don't know. I don't know if I
No?
want to go that far.
Okay.
Yeah, I because I'm thinking, I'm like, well, how can I? Because okay, so that's obviously a bug, but like, there we go. So I've got that. Oh,
Hey Chris, so did you hear about the agentic vision that Google just brought out?
what?
It's called agentic vision, and so what it does is it's able to now analyze pictures based on what it thinks the image is. So essentially, it can zoom into the image and just crop out different pieces of that image to give you a more detailed analysis of it.
Nice.
So
Okay, I'm still gonna. Oh, I've got 9 files. It had 5 before.
This is an example of that. I got the circuit board here, and I was able to go and tell it just put a bounding box around all the different components and label all of them. And it was able to then at the bottom here do it pretty accurately.
Wow,
That's cool.
that's incredible. See, that's what vibe coding can do for you, folks. Solving problems. It's not just for games. It's not just for utilities.
Is that
it
in
can
Gemini or just AI Studio?
It's an AI Studio, but that is Gemini essentially.
Yeah.
So this is right here. This is the app that I designed. Let's see if I can I drag and drop? It says open local folder. No, I don't want to do that. These are things that I made. Okay, so it's having a problem. Say I need to be able to drag and drop files onto the app to load them. But this is it. Agent replace. It worked. I mean, theoretically, after I'm going to debug it, but it created that framework of like, hey, select a folder, do a search, review, and then replace. And it says security note, no data leaves your machine. All processing done by JavaScript running locally in your browser tab. So I'm going to take that. I can either fix it natively, or I can just paste it in. I could even take a screenshot of the error. I'm just going to debug that. I'm kind of showing you just a very simplified solution, right? Of what vibe could y'all should be doing this. That's the whole workshop. You ask questions, you try, you iterate, you go. Don't just watch me do it. Don't just watch Pixels do it. Don't just hear Logan help me figure out how to do it. Like, this is the whole idea, is you jump in, you try. You get your own thing, and then you've done it. And then that thrill of like, I did that. I can't believe it. Make the no shorter on all characters. I don't know if I really like the design, but like it works well enough. I'm not going to complain too loudly.
Definitely makes me wonder how our world's going to be once everyone starts using the smart glasses and can use this technology right in front of them, so it can see what you're seeing and be able to label everything that you're seeing. If you have a question about anything that's in front of you,
it's getting there. If it's not already there, it's getting there. Okay, bullets only fly so far. There we go. I like that. Okay, so it's not. It won't. Wait a minute. It wouldn't ascend through that floor. Elevator wires should end.
I mean, imagine you're fixing your car or something you have no idea about. It'll be able to guide you through that.
Like the augmented reality.
Augmented reality, but with artificial intelligence.
Wait, I need to have the exit glow. Wait, where is it? The escape exit needs to be illuminated. Then you move to the next level, which is slightly more complicated. Challenging. Okay. That's enough feedback for that round. Oh, I'm excited for AR stuff. And I'm bullish on the glasses. Big time. Joseph, jump in. Don't be stunned just by watching. Like, you participate. Be an active participant in this. I want to see what you make. Because here's the thing. I have been inspired by so many people, Pixels, Logan, all these people who are making things, and I think, can I do that? Can I make that? I wonder, can I try that? What's my take on that, right? Let's go back to that utility that I created. Again, I'm showing a little bit of fun, a little bit of function. I'm getting some flashing when I do that. I don't like that. I need to debug that. But there we go. Loaded 4 items right there. Text define. Let's say Perillo. Find matches. No match. Oh, dude, I know Perillo's in there. The UI flashes when I'm getting ready to drop files into the app. It's not accurately finding text that I know is in the files. That's another thing I want to do. I want to see a cleaner list of files that are in there somewhere in the UI, somewhere else in the UI. I can even have case sensitivity or regular expression. I'm not going to go that far though. We're going to continue to debug this. I don't think I'm going to keep this particular agent replaced. I'm just showing you an example of how, hey, it's not just video games. It could be a utility as well.
I was actually at the college the other day. I was in the dining hall, and I was listening to 2 professors actually talk about how they're going to be implementing AI into the classroom.
As well, they should.
Because I mean,
that's the light. Okay.
It's not that they like AI, but they understand that it's here and it's not going to go anywhere. So they have to navigate.
So I've got to screenshot this because that's a light. And moreover, the halo should not go through the floor.
But I think it's more of a question of how do we get our students not just a passing grade, but
how do we get them thinking?
Get them wanting to learn, right? The whole idea is, do you want to learn this?
It's a tool in the tool belt, and like if they understand how it works and what's possible, you can build amazing things with it. But you can also understand how those things work. It just takes time, and for you to want to learn, like look at the code and be like, okay, what is it doing here in this section, right? Explain the code to me. Like you can use the AI as like a tutor, right? Like I know, isn't there like a learning assist mode? I know like OpenAI.
Gemini does have that, yes.
It does have it. Okay. I know OpenAI is like really big in like the PhD space.
Yep. And
they've got a lot of things that are kind of targeted at that market, but there's a lot of the large language models. It's crazy all the features that Gemini has.
Now I do say it does definitely make it easier for people to cheat and that kind of thing. And you don't want to be passing people that go out into the workforce and they have no idea what they're doing. But I do get that.
It's critical thinking, right? It's knowing what and where, that when, what, where, to use these tools and figuring out the context around them.
Of course, I mean, my argument though also is that at what point do you start trusting the computer more than you trust yourself, to the point that you shouldn't make any decision ever because the computer's just going to be better than you?
Yeah.
Well, but we're there now.
That's where OpenClaw's headed. I think
exactly.
Like, hey, I don't want to deal
what would be
with
the point
email.
of you learning anything at that point? If it can just do everything better than you, and it will always be able to do everything better than you.
Yeah. I mean, I think the ideal, like our ideal, should be. I know. I'm talking about the dark side here, Chris, but Star Trek, right? So
I love Star Trek. I'm a fan of the Academy for sure.
Where the computers, like, and where you can just talk to the computer and it's like, oh, okay, well, I'll go work on that, right? And like Iron Man is another, Jarvis. I mean, OpenClaw is clearly inspired by, borrowing a lot of notes from what Jarvis can do for Tony. So, I think that's a goal for a lot of smart people these days, is like, how do I build that sort of thing?
Right, sure. But once we get to that point and the computer can just take over every aspect of everything that you're doing, what's left? What is left for humanity at that point? What's the point in living? What do we,
well, but here's the thing. Where do we go from here? I know a lot of people who used to, be against things like UBI or universal basic income. But I think more and more we're seeing that as a viable option, because as Crypto News TV, I love that handle. Crypto News TV says finally we can enjoy life.
You can, but at the same time, there has been experiments where they would give, they'd give animals everything they could possibly want and more, overabundance, so they didn't have to do anything, and they eventually would end up just dying because they don't have anything to do.
I think there's a purpose to our toil. In order for us to enjoy things, we need to work hard at it, right? And so, I see it as the machines are going to free us up to spend time on things that we want to do. So
sure,
creative efforts, whatever that creative effort is, it could be writing poetry. It could be like painting, like digital or physical painting. Creating things by your own hand is kind of.
I think past that point, you'd have to be doing it for simply the love of doing it and not for an income.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I also know that a lot of people don't have anything like that they're passionate about.
I can't imagine not having anything. I mean, I'm passionate about a lot of things. Vibe coding is definitely one of them. 3D printing is another one. Lego, Star Wars. I've got so many passions and interests for sure.
But see, most of the people that I'm talking about, they get purpose from their job, right? But they're not necessarily doing that job because they are fulfilled by it.
So here's the thing. My girlfriend, timing being everything, she's tuned in here, keeping an eye on me. No, that's not what she's doing. She said it would mean that the haves would have to be willing to support UBI for but her entire career at this point is just her playing her cello, which is just absolutely incredible.
Sure, yeah. I mean, that's the ideal, is that you'd want to just have a world of people doing what they want, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting to think about what purpose is going to be.
So I don't. Maybe it was one of the books. It was the other space opera thing, and they got several different names. It's not Serenity. It's a newer one. Leviathan Wakes. Who's the author of
I don't know that one.
Leviathan Wakes. I have to Google it. I don't know. Maybe somebody else can look it up. Oh, but while I tell the story. So in there, there's this idea where you just apply to the role. You're like, hey, I want to do this. And then you are assigned that role, and then you can have that role for however long you want the role, right? You can get better at the role, maybe maybe there's different people that have been there longer, are in charge of more people doing the role or something. Maybe there's some hierarchy or whatever. But you just basically sign up for the role, and then you're assigned, that is your job, is whatever that role is. And you get to decide for however long you want to do the role, and then if you and then it's
give me an example of what a role would be in that scenario.
So maintaining, this is assuming that we don't have fully autonomous, everything's not run by robots, right? Like,
Mhm.
so like there's still people running the parts of society that need to be like run by humans.
But that's what I mean is what would be an example of one of the things that a robot wouldn't be able to do eventually.
Well, what? So I mean, maybe there's a lot of things that we don't want the robots to do, like
Sure.
all of our like infrastructure. Like, do we really want the robot,
gonna happen.
in
It's
like
gonna
the
happen.
energy or the water or like the
But it's gonna happen.
I
Logan.
mean, logically, you would want a robot controlling that. I would think.
like fully. I don't know. I mean, maybe in 1,000 years, right? Or
Sure.
something.
Not
Yeah.
not at the moment, yes.
Yeah. But yeah, so there's parts. So, but it could be anything. It could be like I want to build work on the internet in some capacity, or I want to make toys, or I want to make games, or I want to make some sort of something that other humans enjoy or need, right?
Right. I guess what I'm thinking of is that you're gonna have so much abundance that do they need it because they want something that another human is making, or do they need it because they actually need it?
Yeah,
Because
I mean,
the robot couldn't just like pump out 500 of those things for that person.
Oh, right. Yeah, I mean, so maybe the role is like you're in charge of the robots doing the thing, right? Like that could be the role.
An orchestrator.
Yeah,
An orchestrator.
You're the human making the conductor, managing the swarm.
Yeah,
of
but
things.
you're thinking of, because I guess my problem with that is that you have a group of people. Let's say you have a floor that has 200 people on it. Well, now you have one person in charge of a bunch of robots. Where are those other 199 people going? They're not all having management jobs.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think you're pointing to larger issues, society issues that we haven't solved easily, and there's a lot that we as a species need to figure out. How to.
Sure, and that's the point, is that we have to figure it out. There's not an easy answer to it.
Yeah. How can we be fair to everybody? And not, do we really need our current the way the current things are set up? I don't know.
But see, like, I feel like, and I was having this conversation with a coworker of mine, but going towards the future, do we stop technology because we think that it's going to get smart like that and be able to handle everything for us? Because we want a society of what, people that continue to toil because we don't want to have a society that's run more effectively by a robot just because? Or do we keep on going into the future? Because I think the only logical way of going towards the future would be having everything automated. I can't think of a different way of what the future would even be besides going backwards. Going backwards, standing still, or going forwards.
Yeah. You never know what the future holds, right? Will we make the right decisions for ourselves? I'm speaking like not myself, but like it. So everybody has different. They have different capabilities or are able to impact. They have like a wider reach, right? Like. They can change culture, that they can change a lot of things that not, currently that not anyone can make those sorts of decisions. Like, it's how did the game get worse?
This is what happens in iteration. It's like, I need to do this. I need to do that. I need to do this. Sometimes it gets worse before it gets better. Sometimes.
Yeah. But in my viewpoint, it's like the future would be the technological side, because what else is there? If you're moving, and when I say future, I mean expanding what we have, because what else? What are we working towards, right? Like, are we working towards a future in which we all want to just keep things how they are now, or what does the future look like? Does it mean that we are working towards the technological wave where everything's automated? Because I think those are the only two options.
Yeah, the automation. It's like, how do we use the automation? Hey, we got stairs now. And
Yeah, escalators.
who
But I can't.
controls
But it's
the
like, no, it's broken.
access to the automation? Like, how is the automation distributed, right? Like, there's all sorts of like paths that we don't know until we get there, right? Until we're, that person is at, I can go down the path where, this benefits just me and my friends,
Right.
benefits everyone as a whole, right? Like,
there is futures like that, but I mean more of the sense of as a society, what do you move towards? Does society not like AI because of the corporations that are running it? I would say yes. Now, do they look at the benefits like medicine that's going to come out of this, that kind of thing? Like, let's say it saves someone's life, okay, and they don't like AI, but AI helped it in the background. They don't know this, right? And they're like, oh, I hate AI. I was like, well, AI made that drug that just saved this person's life that you love, right?
That's going to increase too.
But
yeah, I mean, we could be heading towards, what is it, like Elysium or whatever, with Matt Damon or whatever, and they've got the ring in the space, and only the the elites are in the ring or whatever, and all the if you want to be instantly cured of any disease or problem, you just hop in a little tube and then it fixes you or something, right? Like, we could be heading towards that sort of approach to the automation.
Have you ever seen The Good Place?
It was a TV show, right?
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
So they get to heaven essentially, and everyone's just bored out of their damn minds because they can do anything they want to, and they've already done it all, right? And that's kind of what I'm, seems like that might be where we're headed, really.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. If it totally frees you up to do anything, you could be like, well, one of your roles maybe is like, well, I just want to spend a couple of years getting really good at skiing or snowboarding or whatever, So your whole thing is just like, you're either preparing for the ski season or you're actively doing skiing or whatever, like maybe it's some sort of outdoor activity that you can try to get better at, skateboarding or building things, who knows, right? Like woodworking, right? I mean, there's all sorts of things like these things like that have been around, with humans, that we shouldn't lose those types of activities,
Sure.
right? Like the study of language, right? Like, I mean,
it's an art form.
Yeah.
In your mind, though, what is now? We're talking about 1,000 years from now, 2,000 years from now, so on and so forth. Okay, so let's assume that everything. Yeah. Let's just assume that everything is already taken care of. Okay, but what is past that? What do we work towards past that? If everything's done for us, are we at an end result for humanity?
No, we just find another thing to do.
Yeah, well, I mean, if all questions are done for us, though, I mean, like, what are we striving towards at that point?
Star Trek.
Yeah, but I'm saying like once we get even past that, like you know, it's
Speaking
like,
of, to boldly go where no one has gone before, I'm getting my first colonoscopy on Monday. That's
are you?
Uh-oh.
uh-oh. What do you mean uh-oh? Hey, so I won't be able to eat anything tomorrow. It's gonna be nothing but liquids.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I to be honest, I don't even know if the us as a species will escape the solar system.
If we're gonna make it.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I mean, you look at the time needed to get to like the nearest habitable star outside of our solar system. Like, like we would have to figure so much out. Like, and I guess my thought is like, if you have to transfer your brain to a computer that then like 3D prints your body and retransfers your consciousness onto this like replicant in like 1,000 years, or whatever, however long, maybe it's like 40,000 years it takes to get to the next star, and it's gonna like 3D print you. Like, are you still human, or are you just like a copy? Like you're probably a different species, a different creature at that point. And I don't know if we'll get to that.
Yeah, I mean, I always had a problem with the teleporters in Star Trek. It's like, that's really just a copy of you, and it killed you.
Right, yeah. Yeah. A lot of unanswered questions, but maybe we'll figure out the answers to some of them, make life easier for,
It does make it strange for teachers, though. Assuming we do get to that point where everything is taken care of, what's the point in learning anything?
Yeah, but we're not. I'm thrilled to be able to 3D print. Right? Am I doing what the Twitch feed is down? What? I'm not sure there's anything I can do about that, but oh, you're right. That is weird.
Like, I think
Thank
we
you.
will retain information that we come across, sure, and we will have hobbies and such, but I just mean in terms of like how our schooling system is. I mean, is there a point to that?
We're going to be learning again. I turn to Star Trek for like a good way of setting context for a lot of this stuff. We're just going to be learning and training ourselves for different outcomes.
Well, I mean, so you had the whole crew on the starships and everything, right? But like,
right?
I don't know, the way that I look at it though is that all those humans on there would be robots, really. Why not?
But if we have nothing else to do, what are we going to do? Well, there's a big galaxy to be discovered, right? Or we could just enjoy this experience around us. I could 3D print. As I was saying, like I could just like enjoy making, or to Logan's point, like woodworking, right? Something making, and that visceral act of creation, I don't think is going to go away. And then you learn a trade, you learn a craft, not necessarily to survive, but it's still something that you can do.
I mean, I would love for humanity not to have to toil anymore to
Right.
just live. I mean, that's always been the goal, right? But I'm just wondering what happens past that. What does that look like?
Yeah, I mean, like I think there's like an inherent nature for self-improvement, and if you are not interested in self-improvement on a particular area of study, then it's the wrong area of study, right? Like you need that desire to get better at something, and let that guide you.
What's the drive of getting better at something if there's something that's around you all the time that knows more than you do, in that way that makes it so that you don't have to learn that thing? Is there a want to at that point? Because even if you did learn that thing, why?
There's, yeah. I mean, there's maybe so it's easier, right? So like, if you're controlling something that can do it, but it takes you, 1,000 iterations to get the result you want. Well, what if you could do it in 100, right?
Sure.
Or
sure.
10, like so improve the automation. I guess would be, some desire to improve the automation.
I mean, theoretically, the automation would improve the automation.
Yeah. True. Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, but it still needs to be up to the human to decide, like, do I want them to improve in this way, right? Like, is this beneficial for humanity, for humans, or is this going to be a problem later?
Sure.
Yeah, no doubt.
I saw that comment. So a lot of people make that argument is how are you going to survive once you lose your job, right? But I guess that's one of the bigger questions is what is our governments going to do? What is the governments of the world going to do? Are they going to let us all starve to death? Is that a bad thing? Honestly, though, because
what?
Now let me finish here. Okay, so let's say you had a bunch of rich people. Okay, they will survive, right? They'll survive because they don't need the money, right? Okay, humanity speaking, let's assume you only have rich people at that point because they let everybody else die and starve to death. Okay? Well, they don't care really because they're rich. It doesn't matter. Now, us not surviving, though, means that they're not technically rich because if everybody's in the world is rich, nobody's rich, right?
Yeah, but getting rid of money.
Then there are far fewer people.
And far fewer people, and it doesn't really make sense to have an economy if you have the robots to do everything for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we just need. There would be so many things we would have to figure out, I think, right? And the world is split up into countries, and not all countries may be on board for the new way of doing things, right? Like, so then what happens then, right? Like,
because I mean, history is littered with death on massive scales because of political reasons.
Yeah. Right. Well, I mean, we're not there. We're not going to solve all the world's problems today. That's for sure.
Can you not get to the exit now?
Yeah, I got it. This is the thing. I got a debug. Bottom floor should not.
We're having deep philosophical discussions, and you're vibe coding the elevator game. I love it.
Well, this is my agent, and I got to figure it out. Okay, there we go. Because I can't get up, and unless I create escalators off to the right side, which I could do, but I'm not there yet. See, I just died. Or should be. I'm gone. Like I don't exist on the game right now.
You could make like an elevator call button at the bottom.
Yeah, a little button. Actually, did the game? I think the elevators moved up and down on their own in the game. So maybe I've got to add that mechanic. Yeah. I think that's what it was. And if I fell down a shaft, I basically quote unquote died. Right? I lost a life.
Then otherwise, you could just wait till it comes to the bottom and then.
Yeah, and I'm going to see. I'm going to see what. Again, I'm kind of working my way through the mechanic.
I also think that we've been conditioned by capitalism to think that we do need to toil in order to survive. Because, yes, in a lot of cases that is true because of how they set it up.
But it's interesting. We moved from mercantilism to capitalism, which is a relatively new concept in the grand scheme of things. It's only been around for a couple hundred years, not that long, right? Just the idea that we can make our own way. But I'm telling you, even with that framing, there's never been a better time to be an entrepreneur. Today.
Yeah, if you were stuck in a society like that, then yes.
Yeah, but in the same vein, I don't think that the creativity of the human mind is ever going to abate. Even if there's no incentive to be creative, we're still going to be creative. We're still going to express ourselves. We were doing that before capitalism was a thing.
So yeah, I mean, that's how our mind works, yes.
Yeah, and that's, to me, I think that's what's so exciting about when any new tool gets released, right? And we have an opportunity to use that tool to, various ends. A different way of expressing ourselves. And vibe coding, that's what it is for me. It's a different way of expressing myself.
Sure.
It's a different way of taking an idea and making something come from it, independent of any kind of, structure, geopolitical, ramifications of how I spend my time and where I spend the time. And I do believe if the human race survives, heaven knows, I think we're skating towards AI overlords here with Molt Book. Assuming we're able to leap past that period of history, and the machines, quote unquote, don't destroy us, we're going to have time, and that time is going to be filled creatively, or as creatively as we feel fit to express ourselves. And that human expression, I don't think, is going to dissipate just because just because there's no incentive to do it. Because sometimes the act of creation is the incentive, just the act of making something, even if there's no outcome that's specifically tied to it that may benefit us one way or another, apart from the elation of having gone through that creative process. And so freeing ourselves up from these menial tasks, which is happening at breakneck speed, like the knowledge worker, man, I'm telling you, we're on the edge. Like if Claude Cowork is not heralding in like this fundamental change, or even what Google rolled out with Chrome, we're shifting that direction, and we're able to create software to help us accomplish the things that we're trying to accomplish. And it's going to get easier and easier and easier to do it. At this point, anybody can do what I'm doing, which is great. Well, if anybody can do what I'm doing, why are they not doing it? Because they don't feel that creative spark. They don't feel like they need to. They don't see why they would, et cetera, et cetera. They're busy with this. They're busy with that. Whatever it happens to be. But when you eliminate excuses, when you eliminate the need for a quote unquote job, when you eliminate the need to survive, as in the need to find shelter, food, care, community, all of those things, suddenly that cognitive load is lifted. So even now, without necessarily bending over backwards to do something, I know I can use an AI tool to create something. So I can release that cognitive load, which leaves me free to do what? I don't know, whatever. If I can spend an hour doing something versus a week, well, it's a lot of time, which makes, I think, a lot of people nervous, because what's society going to do? There's no such thing as a 40-hour work week anymore, unless you're creating for 40 hours and generating a 400 hours worth of work in the same amount of time. That might happen, but how far is that going to scale? To what end? To what end? I think AI, more than anything, is accelerating a change, whether we want that change to happen or not. It's coming, because there are going to be only so many jobs to go around, and the ideal number of employees is 0. Like, it's been thrown out there saying there's going to be a one-person, $1 billion quote-unquote startup, software, platform, whatever. It's going to happen. So if everybody has the opportunity, well, they may not have the idea, they may not have the skill set, they may not have but the delta to be able to get there is rapidly coming closer into everybody's grasp. So we've got a closer to an even playing field where everybody's secure because nobody's secure. Like, it's going to impact all of us. And so what are we going to do about it? Great question. Philosophers are starting to ask that right now. Like, well, what are we going to do? That's hence turning to the concept of let's make sure people are covered. A UBI type of construct is predicated on the model that we still live in this capitalist world or society such that I think Logan, sorry, you may be busy with something else. Oh, there you are.
Sorry.
Did I offend you, Logan? Yeah. No, I think we think similar on this front anyway.
Yeah.
You know, when we talk about AI taking over jobs or AI taking over industries or AI being able to do this, that, or the other thing, again, it's predicated in the framework of this is what we do today. So we need money to pay for things, necessities like shelter, food, like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Well, you have to make money. Well, you got to figure out what your product or service is. Well, if you got a product or service that costs money, but no one else has the money to be able to buy that product or service, there's no economy. It's gone. There's no floor. So that's where it's precarious and it's frightening because humanity has never faced this. And I feel just doesn't know what the hell it's going to do, and that to me is scary. And as Gretchen said, it's going to impact 99% of us. And to your point, you know, Pixel, like there are people that have the money, yeah, they're not worried about it. But is that a future where only 100 people are on the planet? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the future looks like. I don't know. Have no idea. But for the perpetuation of the species, it's awfully lonely.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so. Well, so Altman, I think, is thinking about this, and that's where his whole and there's a lot of people with a lot of opinions. You know, I'm not saying this is not an endorsement. I'm bringing this up because it's relevant to the discussion. I'll put it that way, right? But the world coin, where everybody is issued, you know, and this is like crypto crap, but right, what we would need to do it fairly is like everybody's issued something maybe similar to WorldCoin, and you know, like that is the new form of how we exchange value. So I don't know. I think the exchange of value needs to change.
Well, it's kind of like everything old is new again, right? As in, and I'm sorry not to have you blanked out by my girlfriend's comment. I want to make sure I came back to it, Pixels. Trading, bartering. You have this service, I have this service. Well, let's barter. I think that's happening now, and could very well happen on an increasing basis. Although I'm curious to know what Gretchen was talking about. She wanted to create something related to the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We're gonna have to talk about that. I may have another collaboration with my girlfriend here.
Was she talking about something like a world government?
No, I think getting folks to relate to the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Oh. I don't know. I don't have much context beyond that.
She could probably explain what she meant in the future or something. Have you had her on one of these streams before?
No. I mean, why can't I duck? Oh, I can't duck when I'm on an elevator. That's right. Oh, wait, hang on.
So let's assume you had those 100 people that are rich, right? Okay, now let's assume that they had children, and it just kept on going further. So more children, more children, more children. Okay, at what point do you just have humanity again, but everybody's rich?
Yeah, but what's the point if everybody's rich? Money's
right,
worth
nobody's
nothing.
rich if everyone's rich, right?
So you understand what I'm saying? So it's like we're like I said, we're at an interesting point in our history.
Is that the new humanity, though? I mean, if the rich let everyone die before they get to the point of abundance,
I don't think the quote unquote rich are going to destroy us as fast as AI will.
Well, no. Well, they made AI, right? But they fully understand, I'm sure, that that could very well be a end result where greed is pushing us in that direction anyway.
Well, that to me is human nature.
Right. And yeah, that's what I'm saying though, is that, if you do end up getting rid of 99% of the population, well, you're just recreating the population again after that.
Yeah, but AI or computers or technology, I think at this stage, and let me send I'm still iterating. I'm still like getting feedback to my game here. I'm going to get a playable game. It may not exactly be like elevator action, but it will be an elevator agent. This to me is what's interesting. Last March, I couldn't even have imagined like doing something like I'm doing right now because the tool didn't exist.
Sure.
And watching the news advancing at such a rapid pace, like just in the past week alone, it seems like we've lived a lifetime, like with everything, politically, technologically, like all across the board. The ramifications of having tools like I'm sitting in front of are so grand, we can't even begin to wrap our heads around it. We're, again, trying to squish what we've got into the knowledge that we have and the history that we have. There's a new paradigm where to be seen that if we are to survive, to collaborate together on a future where everybody is taken care of. And we're not there right now because we're still caught in this selfish idea of capitalism.
Right.
And that's what it is. It's survival. It's survival. You got to make money to survive, right? You just like survival of the fittest. Well, the fittest means you got to have money. You got to have means.
That's pushing the AI too, because you have a company who, let's say, makes the AI. Well, this other company, their competitor, is going to be like, well, I've got to have AI now in order to not perish, right? Because it's just so much smarter than me. Right. So they try to go and develop AI. You have all these different companies, all these countries that are then on board because they don't want to get behind.
Right. And just because one country doesn't want to do something doesn't mean that another country won't.
I know. And that's the point, is that if they, they are then forced to keep going with AI, even if you don't want to.
Yeah, it's a race. And that's where a lot of these people, companies, etc., don't want to be left behind, because
I mean, there's a reason why NVIDIA is the most expensive right now. Is
I don't think
everybody's using their cards to train their own models.
I think that's going to get more and more effective and efficient, though. I think that's going to, I mean, certainly the market's going to implode, right? And I don't think this is a bubble in the grander scheme. I think, a lot of stuff is overinflated. We're going to run out of space. We're going to run out of room, quote unquote, run out of money on this race. And it's that what happens afterwards. The genie's out of the bottle. Vibe coding's not going away. Doing this, not going away. It's just going to get easier, better, stronger, faster, all across the board. And that's going to happen on, rapidly. Robot stuff, I think robots are going to replace jobs sooner than they're going to become an integral part of our homes, so to speak. Labor at, a Starbucks, I could see a day and age where they're all robots. Manufacturing, same thing.
These days don't have to be humanoid either. I mean, there's many different types.
Exactly. They come in many shapes and sizes. But again, when those robots come for your jobs, how are you going to make the money? Where are you going to go with it? What are you going to do?
Right. But that's the big question, right?
It's a question that no one has an answer to. The wrong answer is to sit back and do nothing. That's the wrong answer. And that, to me, is the driving force behind telling especially non-technical users, hey, look, there's an opportunity right now for you to create something that you couldn't have created before. An app that you want to play, an app that you need to use, using technology in a way that you've never used it before. Because that's where we are right now. That, people are still used to, I can only use the apps that are on my phone. Well, no, you can actually create an app for yourself. Right now, it's a little messy. It's a little muddy, but it's still possible. And it's going to get easier and easier and easier with every passing, I swear to God, week, it gets easier and easier and easier, because nobody knows what it's going to be like a year from now. But that's no excuse to not do nothing, or to not do nothing, to not do anything, or to do nothing. because the end game is ultimately going to be your survival or the survival of your bloodline. And nobody is exempt from that. Nobody. So embrace what is there, or find yourself getting steamrolled by those who embrace what's there. If I can do something as a business owner, let's say, if I can, spend $20 and get something that I need versus spending $20,000, that's a huge win. And that's what AI affords you. That's what something like vibe coding can afford you. Because time is money in this system, in a system that's predicated on the model of generating revenue. At some point, I think revenue it's going to be non-existent. I don't think there's a way around that. I'm not saying get rid of everything, you move to the woods, get disconnected. No, I'm saying just the opposite. To me, that I feel that gives me hope, because I need to find hope somewhere.
It is weird because you think of the rich people. You think that they would want to push against this technology, but they also want to go for this technology to become richer. But in doing so, they're destroying the economy.
Well, but it's not necessarily destroying the economy. The economy is going to move one way or another, right? So it's taking. I'm going to say it this way, and I don't mean it in a rude way. Taking advantage of the system as it currently stands. Like right now, I'm taking advantage of the fact that I can stream live. And do it, with low cost. I'm taking advantage of the fact that I'm developing an application, relatively low cost, or a video game that didn't exist before I typed it into existence. I'm taking advantage of the system to be able to benefit, at least in this time period, where the way to benefit the game of life is, well, you try to get to where you want to be. Some people want to be here. Some people want to be there. Some people want this. Some people want that. And it's not always about money. The game of life is not always about money. The game of life may be, have a kid. The game of life for you, the outcome might be this, that, or the other thing, right? Ultimately, to play the game of life, you've got to, address Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And when all those things coalesce and suddenly that system breaks down and you don't have the ability to survive, and nobody has the ability to survive, that's where no one knows. No one knows what's going to happen. But this technology is not going to disappear. This technology is not going to get dumber. This kind of opportunity is not going to dissipate. Our creativity with technology is not going to disappear. Our need to survive is not going to disappear. Our abilities and creativity in using the tools around us is not going to disappear in any way, shape, or form. And so, to me, again, an extension of vibe coding is being creative differently. And taking, quote unquote, taking advantage of what is there in front of you as a tool set to help you achieve the goal, whatever goal it happens to be, making your life easier. And that's what this, I'm not saying that playing a video game makes my life easier. Well, for some people, it's an escape. I don't know. It's all vibe coding to me. I don't know. I just, philosophically, I haven't thought too deeply about it.
Can we look at the code?
Yeah.
I want to see how it built it.
It's all JavaScript.
It's all in one file, right?
Oh yeah. It's a single file. Here's the let me get you. Here's the latest iteration of it. And paste it into there. It is in chat. Okay. Yeah, so you can actually look at it. Everybody can look at it. I saw a couple other things. The exit light should be closer to the top of the floor, not the bottom. And flash much more slowly.
But yeah, don't get me wrong. I love the technology, but at the same time, I just think it could be our downfall. Really. Well, duh.
I think everybody's been saying that.
You're right, and it's our downfall in the way of.
Do you have it?
No, the link is like it's only play the game. There's no. Yeah.
Oh. No, copy it to your Gemini. You open it and you should be able to copy it into your own canvas.
Okay. Yeah.
You got it? Yeah. Now you should be able to get to it. I'm getting closer. go. I'm trying to make sure I can play the game at least the way I want to play it for what it is. Oh man, they all kind of fell down here. And I kind of like that, the fact that they all fell, because it makes it much more difficult when I get to that lower level. I have to like battle my way out. I don't think agents don't have legs that move. The other agent characters should have legs that move like the main agent character.
I'm going to mute myself so I can talk to Claude.
Yep. Oh, now I'm curious what you're doing. This is why
forking,
Chris is the main.
I'm forking and
you're forking. Okay,
yeah,
we've got a fork.
Idea. Yeah.
Stick a fork in it. Let's see here. What do I want to make the main character color different? I want to give it. Each character should have a head, body, legs, pants. There we go. I want to see if I can squish this guy. Excuse me while I squish this guy. No, it didn't work. Oh man. There we go. Oh wait, hang on. Those legs only show up. They only show up. The legs only show up sometimes. Okay, there we go. There's another round of edits. Round O edits here in my elevator action game. By the way, there's the agent replace, search and replace utility. It'd be just as easy to turn this into an app that ran on my desktop. Okay. Take these same features and build out an app to run on my Apple or Mac desktop. I do not have any developer tools installed, so I need to be able to make it in the script editor or something. Like, I don't know. I'm just gonna say, hey, let's iterate. So I'm gonna tell it to push it into an app that can be downloaded, right? Run on the desktop, not necessarily as a web app. Wait, Logan, show your screen you're forking, or when you can.
Yeah. My Claude is I'm like, hey, get the elevator agent game set up for you, and it's like stuck waiting for I can't tell if something's going on with my Claude. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know if it's working or if it's thinking.
Okay, there we go. There's my dude. Go. I need to see more enemies spawned. What happened to all the I need to be. Ooh, whoa.
But yeah, there is a lot of people saying that, using ChatGPT and these LLMs are making people dumber. But, I feel like it's just all how you use it.
Yeah, for sure.
If you use it as an answer engine, then, it could, if you don't retain the information, I suppose. But it's also, or if you just blindly believe what it says, too. But, once it gets to the point where, if it does get to the point where 99% of the time it is correct about everything, you won't even have to fact check it or will want to. It's just because it's too much work to fact check it when you already know it's most likely going to be right.
Yeah. Okay. So Claude is working, but I don't know why maybe I passed in too much.
What? I gotta see this. Ah.
Oh, yeah. You want me to share?
Yeah, I want to see it.
Don't show tips again. Okay. Window.
Yeah, Chris. So you heard about the Gemini and Chrome or whatever it's called?
That's I referenced it here.
Yeah.
Earlier. Used it. That's what I'm saying. It's just these tools become a lot more integrated. Okay, here we go, Logan. Let me take mine out. Put yours in. Now this is. You said this is Cursor?
Claude Code.
Claude Code.
Yeah.
I've only used the Claude AI or the digital agent, the web agents.
Yeah. So let me copy the HTML and everything you sent from the game, and I'm just gonna do it because I think it's just I don't know. Maybe I passed in too much or something.
Really?
But all right, I just created it in manually. So it's here, and I can say elevator. Yeah, elevator agent index.
And for whatever it's worth, as I'm going to add mine here, I iterated the search and replace. I moved it from a web app, which is working. It worked, but I thought, well, I wonder what would happen if I said, hey, why don't we make this a Mac app? And so basically that's what it did. It's created a script, and it says, hey, paste this into the script editor and have at it. So I've created a search and replace app for the Mac for me to use on the Mac. Very simple, very straightforward, nothing terribly complex.
So okay, so let me explain here why my prompt here. So Gemini, it creates just one single file. So this repository is set up so it's structured differently. So I have separate projects set up in their own folder. So and I want to use shared components between projects so I can reuse like the same. You don't have to reinvent the wheel twice, kind of thing, right? So like once you have like something, you want to be able to share it between your different projects. And so I'm telling it like I want to use React, and right now it's pure JavaScript. Like looking at the JavaScript here,
pretty much.
It's like vanilla JS, and so use React, and then look for libraries that already exist in the project. Create components, like shared components where necessary. And I've got a bunch of sub agents set up. So we'll see if it figures out. It should. I didn't specify. Typically, I'll have the name of the agent, and then I'll specify the exact agent I want to use. Like I have one, so there's one. So I know the name of one, like Theo, one of my JavaScript agents is named Theo because he's a YouTube person.
Oh yeah, Theo,
yeah. So I want to see. Okay. So I didn't write this part. I think that let's see what it does. Come on, Claude. Don't fail me now.
There's that.
So it's got to figure out what's going on with the current repository, and then now it's converting the app to a React app.
So what in forking this and going into a React app, are you just is this just it's like an exercise of like,
yeah, like if
can
you
I
were
do this?
well, if like what I could do is I could deploy this to one of my domains,
Right.
and so I would want to, before I do that, I would want to build it in this way. And so the other reason why we kind of break up the JavaScript is unit testing. So unit
For larger applications?
even small stuff like this,
Really?
if you want, like once you get like how the health works, or how the you don't want bugs to kind of you add a new feature and then there's like new bugs, right? So
Right.
if you have the AI write tests for you, and
Yeah.
then against the functionality, like and so you need to break apart the JavaScript so that you can test it easier, is why we're doing it. So let's make it do its thing, and it's going to download some JavaScript packages. Why are we deleting the directory? Okay, sure.
See, I just feel like a lot of what I do, I mean, not to say that that's not a good thing, like for development and practice, but I just feel like this is just, it's manageable. It gets frustrating running into bugs and issues for sure. And getting past those snags can be a bit of a challenge at times. But like managing multiple files is a completely different beast. Holy cow, dude.
Yeah. Okay, so and then I'm looking at what it's doing here.
Yeah.
I'm noticing that there's some things that I want to change. So use biome instead of ESLint for linking. All right. And we don't have set up testing with test. We don't have test set up yet.
I'm getting there with this. Getting there slowly but surely.
So it is busy converting it to a React app.
The Maca, it doesn't, I mean, you could watch this wherever. StreamYard is the way to register. So if you want to participate in the $100 Amazon gift card giveaway, that would be the way.
So
it's funny.
Do you want to see like all the code it created from the
sync file that I gave you?
Code? Yeah, like while it's working here, let me switch to the other. How do I stop? Or do I have to stop in order to, or can I share again?
You should be able to, I think you stop and then reshare.
Okay.
So like here, let me take it down. There you go. And I'll go back to mine.
All right.
Iterate.
All right. So this is the code view.
Okay.
So I've been really liking Zed. the IDE Z.
A text editor. So Z is a free or open source.
There is a free tier. Yep. Yeah, there is a free tier. And the paid thing stuff is optional. And there is agentic stuff in the side of it. You can open up the terminal inside of it here. And then I swear there's an agent mode. I do have, I don't know why. Maybe is it debug panel? There, agent panel. So I'm talking in Cloud Code inside of it, but you can also, you can set up different up here. You can say, I want to talk to the Z agent instead of, so you can swap between like Cloud Code or Gemini or Codex or Open Code.
And these are different models. I'm trying to explain this to somebody who doesn't know what any of this is or why they should care.
Yeah,
they're just interested.
Different large language providers. And yeah, so just depending on
which means what?
So the right. So the large language model. There's like the raw output from the model. But what these companies, these model providers have built, they've built a harness around the raw output. So what you're picking is like, you're picking, yes, I want the raw output, but I also want the harness from that's been kind of wrapped around the raw output. So the harness is where a lot of the really smart decision making is happening. It's not in the actual raw output from the model.
Again, you're like speaking geek, dude. So like why? So, and again, I'm trying to frame this in the sense that I went to Gemini, I typed in a couple paragraphs, I created this app, I created this game. You're exploding it to a completely different level, like, and talking like way over my head. Like, I understand, but like, again, why would I, what is the benefit of taking this working game and making it this, like, you're saying to help better fix bugs?
Well, I mean, like so Cloud Code, maybe you really like working with Cloud Code and
right.
You understand how it works.
I imagine technical users would.
Yep. And so you're like, okay, well, I want to talk to Cloud Code, but I want to talk to it like in the IDE, right? So you can swap between providers, but
the development environment, the software.
I mean, there's all sorts of yes, it's asking me questions and I have to like,
I know that's the problem sometimes. You're like, when you're doing something, is like, wait, what? Well, I mean, okay, so let me go ahead and better frame that. So right now, this game that I created, that anybody could create, they just go in and prompt it. There's limitations in doing what I did. I can't create a global leaderboard. I can't create user registration. I can't create. So that's the limitation of what I've done. I mean, yeah, it's a simple game. It's a fun game. But if I wanted to do more, that is when I might look into using something like Claude Code and managing code on a much larger scale. But of course, the larger something is, the more complex it's going to be.
Yep. And and like I just took, like, this is all the code that I got from your session with Gemini, and it's created all this stuff like the elevator, enemy, it's doing all this stuff from what you
what I provided as the foundation. Yeah, my current, at least the current fork.
So
that current fork.
And so the other thing is, like, you could say, oh well, what does light do? Tell me more about what this file does. So you could ask it questions about the game, and be like, okay, well, how do I, it's gonna explain everything, and you'd be like, okay, well, I sort of, now I can look through the code and be like, okay, well, what does the update method do? Okay, well, that's how the update method works, right? And And so if you want to tweak how how the lights work, well, this is where all the logic is. There's an update and there's a draw method, and you can dig into how the code is working this way, and really tweak it and control the game and make it behave like how you want it to.
Yeah.
And so
sorry. Hang on just a second. Let me I can turn on names. Thank you, Michael, for mentioning that. Sometimes I turn it off just for a cleaner sake. Keep going, because I think this is important. Because you can touch. The nice thing about being able to touch code is that every time you run AI, you potentially cost it costs something, and that cost could add up. And so instead of running and saying, "Oh, change this color from red to blue," like you could manually go in and say, well, instead of blue, go red, or whatever it is. So that's the benefit of being able to look at the code like across the board.
This is a 555 is like gray. So if I wanted it to be white, it could be white. FFF is white.
Yeah, a hexadecimal code.
Yeah,
it's familiar at all. Maka, no worries, mate. See, sometimes it's like I get caught up in this stuff so much, and you're like, oh yeah, that's right, I should do that. I think I'm closer to where I want to be as a viable game. Why is that not working? When I hit start, after a game over, if I press the start button, it should say replay or restart, and it should actually work. Because the start button, restart, did not work. I've got some iterations here, but I think this is for what I want it to be, for what I need it to be, it's a playable game. Not exactly elevator action, but it's reminiscent of elevator action.
Did you see that they released Genie 3?
What?
You didn't see that they released Genie 3?
Genie, we talked about Genie. Yeah. No. We talked about it. Yeah. Not exactly vibe coding, but kind of vibe world creation. I'm just not on Google Ultra to be able to take advantage. I'm not paying $200 a month for this stuff right now. As much as I would like to get to that point, I'm not sure I could justify it right now.
Right. Sure. Yeah. I wouldn't do it myself for that price, but
it'd be fun to show off, but not in a vibe coding capacity, I think. And I think the value of doing these types of workshops is everyone can ask questions, everybody can watch. I really want to be friendly to the new user. The new person is like, I've got an idea, I want to see what happens. And it's good to see tools that are more in depth, like Claude, and some of the lighter tools like Gemini, which can cover the basics. Can help get, I feel most people 90% of the way to getting an idea done, or at least helping them set the stage to something. I love it. You're running a code review. See, I'm so simple, I'm not even sure I need to run a code review. Like, it works. I can debug.
Yeah. Because I don't think the testers that we don't have very good test coverage right now. So
yeah, there is no testing.
Yeah, it like one, I think, but
I'm testing every scenario. I'm playing through the game. I am my own QA. But again, the more complex, you make something, the more you're going to need a more full-featured tool. Maybe there's a different reward system. Maybe there's tracking. Maybe they want, a login, whatever it happens to be. Although for logins and that kind of thing, I'm not sure. I mean, there are different modules that you'd be able to integrate, or agents that you'd be able to call, but there are also different platforms that can make it a lot easier, a lot more seamless, if that's the outcome that you're looking for. I'm a big believer in just getting people started, just to see them light up going, oh my god, I can't believe I did that, I can't believe I made that. Let's see here. Steph said, I found ChatGPT Visual Studio worked wonders, equals real platform potential, could build a functioning social media. Yeah, it's full-fledged. It's bigger. You want to bite that much off? You can. It is possible. But see, then the way I think is like, well, then with that, you're worried about security audits. You're worried about, things that if you understand it, you may be able to fix the problems before they crop up. And that's where I keep myself within the constraints of what it is I understand and not moving too far beyond that, apart from maybe experimentation, right? If I were to go that route, sure, but I would never want to launch something publicly if it didn't have, if there wasn't a security audit, if someone didn't look at it, if someone didn't do a review, all that stuff. But, I think more than anything with vibe coding, I think this is a good example. If the product works, great, launch it. There are going to be problems with every product. Moltbook has got problems, but they launched and they've got attention, which very few people have. And so they can build upon it. Ship fast. Build something and ship it, even if it's not this, that, or the other thing, because otherwise you're just going to sit on it forever and it's never going to go anywhere. But make sure that what it is that you're launching is what it needs to be. Make sure that MVP is what it needs to be. I will keep iterating and iterating and iterating until I know that this is something that is going to work for me. And I'll put it out there. I'll publish it. But it's good. It's set. Is everything perfect? Maybe not. Like, I've gone back to some things that I've published because I've now done 183 different applications, different games, different services, tools, whatever. 183 of them. And there are some in here that I definitely will need to come back to at some point in the future to address. Problems that I ran into that I just, I was like, what, it works. Maybe in another iteration I'll do this, or maybe, I'll go back and go, oh, I could have done this, or I could have done that, or I didn't see this bug before. But not putting it out there is a bigger problem. Ship fast. Set your scope and ship. Fix it in post. Get it out there, because otherwise you're just going to sit and you're going to sit on nothing, which is a bigger problem. Because then you'll never see it. Like I saw, like even on X, people saying, I know 4 startups that were doing the same thing as this Moltbook. I'm like, yeah, but they didn't ship. That's the lesson. You didn't ship.
Time to market.
That's the lesson.
Time to market matters so much. Yeah.
That's the lesson. Vibe coding can help you accelerate that. For debugging and looking at security problems, there's, Code Rabbit? Is that the name of it?
Yep. The GitHub Copilot has the you can tag the Cursor has a Bugbot. There's a bunch of different providers where you can you basically tag your pull request reviewer.
Yep.
Yeah. So and then Cloud Code, you can just do it in here also. So so it's telling us like, oh, there's an infinite loop, there's a bug, there's some problems with the canvas, yeah, so we need to fix all these issues. So what I did here is I created there's this thing called beads, and beads is for like short-term memory, and use it for agent delegation tasks. But it requires Git to be set up, because just how it works is use Git. So I just initialized the empty Git repository. There's no remote, right? Like there's no remote. So it's just yeah. So what I want to do is I want to take all of these tasks and like, do you know about beads? Probably not. I think I have to restart the session.
I gave my enemies different skin tones.
Oh, okay. So it does know. Okay, so what? So from all right. So okay. So this part. So I'm gonna copy in a prompt that I'm borrowing from another project. So I'm gonna tell it, okay, create new tasks. using the full context of the task around the feedback items or around the code review above, and then work on and then
sorry, keep going. I was pulling up some of the comments here. They're basically reinforcing what I was saying. Go ahead.
So this is how you use subagents in Cloud Code, basically, and beads enable that. Like, there's a newer version of Cloud Code that's coming soon. If you have like the latest on the bleeding edge, they have built-in tasks that are similar to beads, but I don't have that feature enabled in this version, so I use beads, and you can see that it's creating all these tasks for me, and you know,
are those are running in, those tasks are running in parallel?
It will. So yeah, so let me, okay, so what is it doing? Fix. Yeah, so I want to tell it, yes, I want you to be able to create your own tasks. I just approve it. Yes, go ahead. You're allowed to create tasks. And so right now we're just getting all of the tasks set up so that it can delegate out the tasks, and it will decide for us, like, if the tasks, if there's a priority, and if I should do, you know, task A over task B, or is task C blocking, you know, all these other tasks. It will create like tie the tasks together, and then decide on like what order to do things in. And so right now it's creating all these tasks for us, and then determining a priority, and then it will, I believe it'll try to link the tasks together is kind of the next step after this. And then once that happens, I'll pass in another prompt, and I'll tell that prompt will tell it, like, okay, go work on all the items, and then spawn up. It'll create, like, I've had like 6 or 10 different like sub discussions going, like subagents. So it'll create a subagent for each little task, and then work on that independently. And it's doing it all in the same repo. Like Cursor and a lot of the other ones have gone down the path where like it will create like Git work trees, and I think that's like one approach. But this approach, where it's all in the same code base, but it's able to work on multiple things in parallel, I think that's going to be, it currently is super powerful. And you can see it now, it's spinning up 3 of the Theo agents to fix the bug and fix the game loop and fix the context problem. And, you know, we could go look at this file, like, you know, if we wanted to, like, go dig into what it's doing. But I mean, I'm just gonna say, like, let's trust it to like decide.
You're able to do that?
Yeah. For now, it's too difficult to like talk through this while it's working, and then also like think about like the code that it's, you know, producing. And then so I'm approving what that is it's so because we are doing TypeScript, these TypeScript files here are all compiled down to JavaScript. So like with Bun, you can execute the files directly, and Dino also, you can execute the files directly. But and maybe in the newer versions of Node, that might be that's probably a feature that will be coming soon to your favorite JavaScript runtime. But you know, in the past, we haven't been able to run TypeScript code directly in Node, so it has to compile it down from TypeScript to JavaScript in order for Node to be able to run it.
I don't know what any of that means.
Yeah. I could explain it. Yeah. So the TypeScript, why TypeScript is better than JavaScript, is because it types. It's in the name.
But what is it?
A type is.
What does it afford me? What does it afford? Because again, I don't know where this is going with the game that you forked, but like, what would it afford me? Because I'm able to play the game in JavaScript. So what would TypeScript afford me?
It's better for eliminating bugs, I guess. It's kind of like the too long didn't read version. Because you can define a type, right? So this is a type, right? A Boolean or a number, like, so you're saying this this constructor here is expecting it, 2 numbers, right? So, or we're passing in a data type or returning a data type of and this is what we expect. And if we get back a data type that we don't expect, then we should know how to handle that, right? Like in the application internally should be like, okay, well, if I am expecting this, and if I don't get that, then this is how I handle it, right? So it leads to more predictable software, I guess, is the kind of the why we use types. And types show up in Python, pretty much
a language.
Like pick a language, like there's types everywhere. Java, .NET, C#, Rust.
These are programming languages.
Go, like, all the programming languages have types, but JavaScript doesn't. So that's why TypeScript.
Interesting.
Or maybe it has types, but they're not. It's not as good as JavaScript types, I guess. I haven't really looked into. So like JavaScript has different. It's called ECMAScript standards, and they're coming out with new versions of ECMAScript pretty much every year, so they're adding a lot of features to JavaScript. I may.
Wait, they're adding new features?
Yeah, I mean they're adding new features all the time. So they add new features to the language, and each language has its own process of how they add features to it. Some it's community driven, some it's more. How they decide on like what features we want to add to the language and who's allowed to add those changes, right? And so language A has their own process, language B has a completely different process. So
I'm definitely interested in seeing what new JavaScript, because I use JavaScript all the time for this stuff.
So it is busy doing stuff. It's working.
Where's the exit? I can't see.
I don't know if there's a way. My stats. My stats haven't really been working very reliably. But the reason why we do these sub agents is because this chat window session, we want to keep it as clean as possible. We don't want to do a lot of work in this main. We want to use this as kind of like the orchestration session, the management session, and we want to do all the actual work in like different sessions, and then have this one kind of like orchestrate the work that's being done. And
instead of doing it all in one, you've broken it, you've chunked it. Yeah.
And if you do it that way, then you can accomplish a lot more, because you're guiding the thing that's guiding all the work that's being done, right? Like you're kind of like more removed from the actual code generation. And the more that you can do that, and the more automated you can make things, back to our previous point about automation, the better results you'll get. Okay.
See, I'm still wrestling with, okay, what would I need something more complex to at this stage, right? You know, apart from, you know, platform development. Because, you know, I look at it as, I never want to over-engineer something. I just don't. Because number one, I've got to manage it. Number two, there's a lot more that I don't know. So hence I kind of go with the lowest common denominator, if you will. Well, here we go.
I should probably just auto approve the task closed just for, because, you know, I'm not actually, you know, reviewing it too well in this context, but I've gotten in the habit of not, like, you know, am I sure that I want to move on to the next thing? But, you know, it gives us a little overview here of, like, the different things that it's planning on doing, you know, from the code review that we did earlier.
Hey, Logan, do I have you on Discord? I was going to send you something.
I mean, maybe what's
I don't know if you do.
Send me your username in the other channel thing.
You can do private chat back.
The studio chat.
When you're in a door or a red door, it should.
I mean, you probably guessed my username. LLBBL everywhere.
There we go. When you're in red door, it should. You know. I feel I'm close to where I need to be. Wait, hang on. Yep. Now I don't want to split attention. I had started working on something last night, like an emoji mosaic maker. I wasn't happy with how it kind of came out. Doesn't fit the word agent, but like I'm blowing, you know, as I work on my credits, I'm like, oh dude, I really wanted to flesh out this emoji mosaic interface, keeping the same features. But again, I use Gemini for a lot of that stuff, keeping it simple.
Yeah, we need to set up a call, Chris, and so I can show you the anti-gravity stuff I've been doing. I've got several different. I'm not prepared to talk about it on stream, you know, right now. But
I'm curious about anti-gravity. I mean, I admit, because I'm in Google's ecosystem.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm genuinely curious about it. Yeah, and Pixel uses it as well.
It's pretty fun. I mean, I guess one thing that I will share is we talked about it maybe a little bit, is like Godot. Did we talk about Godot? I can't remember. I was talking about Godot earlier today with somebody. But I was using.
I don't even know what that is.
Godot is like a game engine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's an open source game engine, or Godot. I don't know. But I think I'm saying.
I would pronounce it Godot as well.
Yeah. But
especially if you have to wait for it.
It's really good. It's really good. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Sorry.
But so you can in Godot you can output things to the web. I'm but you can also build Steam games for it. Like little platformer games. You could build all sorts of things. So I started building something in Anti-Gravity with Godot, and it runs. It works. I can kill like these enemies, and they drop like little health, and then I can pick up weapons, and then you like go and I still have a lot to do, and figuring out the assets has been a challenge. But like for now, like the boss is like a dragon, and it so it's really fun, because if you're just writing the game yourself, you're like, oh, I want to spawn right next to the dragon and make it so that I have more health, like and I do more damage or whatever, like you can just kind of make changes to the game on the fly to try to get the the game, improve kind of the game loop, and like how the game plays. So it was fun. I know very little about GD script, is the programming kind of language. I think a lot of game devs use C Sharp or C. I think Unity is a lot of C or C Sharp. Unity or Unreal Engine would be you guys like Unreal Engine.
Have you thought about using Nano Banana to generate any of your assets?
Like sprites?
That's what I've been doing.
Yeah. Will it? Can you export like the 3D assets, or because it has to be...
So you can go through, if you need them in 3D, you can go through various different AIs to to take that image, that initial image, and make a 3D model out of it.
Okay. I have.
I added you on Discord. I think I got the right person.
Yep. Pixels. Fixing.
Let's do this. I need Unity. That made sense in my head. Let's do this.
So it might be doing this for a while. Chris, if you want to kind of like show everyone the progress you're making.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still iterating, of course. I actually started a new.
I want to wait till it's kind of like farther along before I like actually test it some more. So
yeah. I'm getting to the finer points of the game mechanics, like do this, don't do that. Okay, a little bit of the design. But I mean, it's a playable game.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people are code is cool, but it's also cool to like actually just see the output, right? So,
the output, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm changing a few things here. There's exit. Okay, I'm going to change one thing here. It's too...
Oh, that's awesome. That's a cool looking dwarf.
Yeah, right? I actually printed him out.
Neat.
Then this is what I was talking about, the emoji maker. But it's broken in what it upgraded slightly. It should have copied over everything I asked for. Yes. Okay, it's got all the emoji in there. I should be able to pan around by dragging and dragging the image preview, as well as.
So what I just sent you is the website that I use.
Okay. Yeah, I think I've heard of that one.
Yeah, there's a few different ones. Yeah.
A buddy of mine is super into 3D printing and has got like I don't know 3 of them, or I don't know. Chris, how many do you have? Like what?
I've lost count. I've lost count of how much I have. By the way, I didn't miss that, Steph. How do I track tokens used remaining on Gemini? I don't know. I mean, I do it until it runs out.
Yeah.
There's got to be a way. I'm sure there's a way.
I think you can maybe in AI Studio.
Let me ask. How do I know how many tokens I have left for my Gemini Pro usage for the day?
Okay, so Chris, I'm gonna when in doubt, go check Peter's profile.
The what?
The guy that made OpenClaw. Peter, I don't. He's like,
yeah. What for what?
For what we're talking about. I think he made a desktop app that it sits in that tells you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's one. He has one. And
so it's more granular. So here, Google AI Pro up to 100 prompts a day, Ultra 500 prompts a day. Approximately, and rarely I have run into limits before. Ran into it yesterday, and it looks like I'm about to run into a bit of a. Oh my god, that was a bad. What the hell happened there?
Something went wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm gonna go back for just a second because this is how I download HTML. I vibe coded an HTML file maker downloader thing. I went back to the previous version because there's really only 1 or 2 things. No, there's just one thing I needed it to fix.
So how do you go back to a version?
Oh, you roll back previous version.
Yeah. Okay.
So because it really. Look at that. It really messed up. So I roll back to the previous working version, and I'm just going to work through, because sometimes I have to take that file and then just start anew, just a completely different thread, because it starts repeating things it's already fixed and addressed. I'm like, yeah, you already did that. I don't need to know. So we're going to see what happens here. There. Oh, hang on. Image loaded. Width, anything overlapped. That's emoji. Oh, limit exceeded. It's an emoji maker, an emoji graphic maker. Original image. Cropping, no zoom source. So I turned the Space Invaders Atari game into an emoji mosaic. Or at least attempted to. I need a better visualization to know.
Okay, Logan, so I just sent you a link here and a connection code.
Okay.
Those are all emoji.
What's it telling you?
I have to sign into Gemini or something.
Okay. Let's see.
You're not signed in? Okay, let's see if it fixed it. Okay, so whatever it was, This draw is not a fun. Oh, so it nuked something.
So I remade the game, and it's like just a black screen, and then like the bars at the top. Like I don't know what's going on.
What you did on your end?
Yeah.
Hang on. Oh, are we not? Oh, you got it. Can you load it?
Yeah. I mean, it runs, but it has problems. Let me share. So I think I would have to like figure out why it's not.
Yeah.
Let me.
It's debugging.
Stop.
See, this is again like the simple like what you're doing is like, well, what are you gonna what is the end game, right? And like how complex does it need to be? And over engineering something can sometimes lead to those kinds of issues. Versus like, okay, this is the game I wanted, and I've created it, and I'm playing it. Instantaneous. It's not like the world's most amazing game, but you know what? It is a playable game.
Yep. So yeah, I think I'd have to figure out why it's not loading here. But this is what happened when I had it rebuild it in React. React is complicated, and
there we go.
Yeah. So that it's just a black screen up here, and there's no errors in the console, and there's no errors on the dev side either. So I'd have to troubleshoot why this is happening. So I'll need to talk to Claude, I think, to troubleshoot this. Do you want to swap back to your thing, Chris?
Sure.
While I troubleshoot this.
Here, I can do this. There we go. Because I'm getting down to brass tacks here. Because I'm pretty sure I even have scan lines. I added scan lines to my graphics. It's a very Atari-esque, very retro-esque. Maybe not perfectly Atari because it moves faster. The frame rate is very good, I'll say that. This is where I ask Gemini to get fancy. This is where I push it, asking, I don't want this, I don't want that, to the point where I was like, I kind of want to just need to restart the whole dang thing. Where I'm just not happy with it, it's just not doing what I want. It was created in another capacity. Welcome to vibe coding. That's the fun of it.
All right, so I gave it a big old prompt to figure out
beefy fix.
Yeah, what's wrong with it?
Okay, so that got fixed. Dun, 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 dun. That's the song. That's the music that goes with elevator action. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, that's awesome that it did music with it. Or no, is that
I
your
added
music?
sound.
Yeah, okay.
No, there is no sound. The music that you hear is just the background stream music.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Gemini on my phone pixels. And I'll have to sign into like I'm signed into Google on Safari, but when I click on the link, it's like I'm not signed in or something. So I don't know.
Okay, I can try to put it locally.
Yeah, and I can open it on my Discord on my computer. I suppose that would work also, right?
It should, yeah.
All right.
All right, I think I've got the game. Can't fire into a floor. Floor is an object. Floor can't go through. It's one little detail. Enemies can only fire one bullet at a time for each enemy. There we go.
Yeah, the longest program I've ever coded on this, I believe I reached about 5,000 lines of code.
That's awesome.
It wouldn't go past that though, really. I wasn't able to push it past it.
Yeah, I think if you get it and build it, kind of how I described earlier, if you break it up into pieces and you can get each of those pieces working, like you can.
Yeah, you can extend that.
Yeah, you can do all crazy numbers. My current personal record is 30,000 lines in a day.
Oh, wow, that's crazy.
That's a lot.
Yeah, and that's definitely like I run into like Claude problem where I'm out of Claude. I'm like I gotta give Anthropic more money or wait 3 hours, and like that's suppose that's good problems to have.
Yeah. This is an emoji art maker thing.
That's awesome.
Well, it takes the image and then emojifies it, and then you could re-download it. Like so, there's zoomed in there. It's emoji, but it's the Atari Space Invaders. Okay, so this is a better one.
Okay. So one of the things I did is I asked it to add more logging so that we can see what's going on the front end side of things. And so now we've got logs in the console, and I'm going to pass in a screenshot.
I'm showing it. You're good. I'm showing it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I'm passing in a screenshot back of this back into Claude, and I'm like, hey, here's what I'm talking about. please figure out why the game is not rendering properly.
It's a good way of doing it. Just asking, like, what?
Yeah.
What is going on? What's happening? What is this? What's that? That I see reset view. That's download. Download ping. Upload image. Original.
It says, I see the issue in the console logs. The game is being created, but then immediately cleaned up. So the game loop starts, the draw loop starts, but then
Oops.
It's destroying the game right after it starts. So now it's going to okay. Issue was use input TS. The hook was returning a new object. Even the object. So I'd have to ask some questions about this explanation because I'm not sure I can explain it. And you can't see what it's saying anyways. But the dev server should hot reload. Try clicking on start. It should properly render. All right, so let's give it a go. Hey, look at that.
Did it go? Oh my God, you're playing it.
I'm playing.
Oh my God, you are playing an old iteration.
Yeah.
But I changed the graphics so long ago.
But it's kind of working, right? Like I rebuilt it. Okay. How do you fire? Oh, F. Yeah. Okay.
I think F is what I had.
Yeah.
But wow, congratulations for like exploding a single file into a massive.
Yeah,
but it worked. I mean, you were able to do it.
Worked. Yep, and it's in the it's structured properly now, right? Which is good.
Yeah. I mean, like everything's kind of managed separately, right?
Yeah.
The files managed separately.
Oh, I died on the elevator death.
See, you're quite a few revisions, bug fixes behind.
Yeah. I like this. Like you just crouch strat. Wait, how do you do the doors? Oh, up
but you only need to go through the red doors.
Okay.
So if you go up, then it should change on that version. It changes to gray. And in the new one, I make it such that you're in the door, and then it turns gray when you come out. So you go in, get the file, and then come out. So like up.
But it doesn't increase your score though, right?
It should. Like when you get a file, when you go through a red door, it should increase your score. When you kill an enemy, yes, and
it wasn't increasing the score when I got the file.
It didn't?
No.
Interesting. I don't know if I guess I'll have to track it on my end too. I never noticed. It wasn't a bug I was, tracking.
Yeah, but you get points from killing enemies.
Oh yeah, you kill the enemies. Yeah, I've changed a lot since that graphic. Oh my God, I've iterated.
Yeah, a ton.
Oh my God, just big time. Like, okay, compare that to this, right? Like I've.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Yep.
There you go. I sent you the direct HTML.
Okay.
You should be able to open that one. Yeah.
Okay. City HTML. Okay. Download.
You don't have to. I don't think it's gonna go and let you join me through this, possibly, since you're running it locally.
Yeah. What?
But anyway, whatever. It doesn't matter though. But you can just go through single player.
This is what you made around the agent stuff.
I'm working on another separate thing for that.
Oh, okay. Cool.
See, I go into the door and then I come out. Oh yeah, I gotta check the score. Oops.
If you give your buildings their power, they'll
700.
They'll turn colors.
Okay. Getting a file from a door is worth 1,000 points. There we go. Bug fix, bug fix, bug fix. Okay, drag and drop image.
But yeah, Chris, essentially I made SimCity.
Oh yeah, in what?
In HTML.
What?
My idea for it is I'm eventually going to make it multiplayer so you can trade resources and exports and all that shit.
Let me see. I might have to drop it into another project. Or
there you go. You can see it there.
Oops.
Oh, there.
Let me get a screen cap of this.
Oh yeah. Are you? Can you share what Pixel's sharing?
Is he sharing a screen? Oh, you mean large?
Virtual camera, I think. Or
yeah, there.
So this is just a residential area I'm making here. I didn't do too much with this yet. This was like all on one prompt so far.
Cool. You build different. You pick different buildings or something. Is that what the different colors are?
Yeah, it is. It's industrial or commercial or residential.
Okay.
Now, then I don't know. Have you played SimCity? You know what it is, right? Yeah. So it's the same basic concept of that. Only it's very rudimentary right now.
And what's the yellow little part where
this?
Above
it's it needs power.
Okay, cool.
It's saying it needs power.
You have to like connect the power. Okay, neat.
There's really not much to this. This is pretty much it at the moment.
Yeah, that's awesome.
But yeah, my idea is like maybe adding a multiplayer version where you can have like different plots of land and then you can trade resources with one another.
Okay. That would be fun. That sounds like a database. We would need Postgres or what's that? I mean, there's so many different options there.
At the moment I've been doing all of that through either, and it's very inefficient, I'm sure, through just text files.
Yeah. Yep. And for the real-time stuff, if you want to any sort of real-time interactions where you are changing things and then other people are seeing your changes like that, we would need to use like WebSockets in order for that.
So I was using peer-to-peer, and I told it specifically I wanted that, and it actually does connect to peer-to-peer clients to one another. It does work already.
Interesting. I wonder if I kind of want. Can I take the HTML and like break it into like an app after this and see how that works?
Yeah, do whatever you want with it, man.
Cool.
Yeah, I just always remember I remember playing SimCity, and I always wished it was like a multiplayer game.
Right.
Isn't it now?
It could be now, yeah.
I have no idea. I haven't SimCity'd in ages.
Yeah, right.
I mean, there's like there's different versions too. Like Anno exists. I know that's pretty popular. There's different. I mean, SimCity. like Civilization is kind of, I mean, like, you know, there's like 4X, I guess. Is SimCity a 4X? Do we consider SimCity to or is that's not, maybe it's like the early days of 4X.
I was surprised that and I was just randomly watching a Nintendo thing, and apparently it was actually on Nintendo, on like the regular Nintendo or Super Nintendo, one of them. Yeah, I had no idea. I didn't think that it ever came out on that.
Yeah, I mean, SimCity is probably like 86 or something. I would.
Yeah, I know it's super old. I just thought that it only came out for the computer.
All right, let's see here. This is what happens. I start vibe coding like one thing, but then like, no, I want to do something else. I'm like, I spend all the time waiting. I'm like, no. Okay, there we go. My physics is better.
At least for the Nintendo.
Was that how long it was? Nintendo? SimCity was on the NES? Yeah. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't either. Like I was saying, I was watching a video one day and it was like, it was like SimCity on the Nintendo. I'm like, what? I didn't know that.
Oh, shit. Sorry. I thought I was going to get squished by my elevator. Thank you, Trupa. The next on Thursday evenings, I do just these kind of casual hangouts. Tonight, it's around one keyword, and we've got the Amazon gift card. So, if you did register as a participant, you should be able to submit what you might have created around the keyword agent, and qualify. So
yeah, there you go. That's what it looked like.
Yeah. Okay. So, Chris, here's a link to Peter's thing. That guy. Oh, I can't share links or whatever. But
okay.
You
Codex bar. Yeah.
Yeah. Codex bar. That's it's like an open source thing, and it tracks your tokens, and it works.
For, that's what you were talking about. Okay.
It works for Claude, Cursor, Gemini, Copilot, Codex. I mean, it is in beta, and like he's probably really busy doing other stuff right now. So I don't know, it may not be relevant, in a month, but and there's several different options around this. My advice is, if you are going to install something like this, be very certain that you know the developer, and just because it's on an app store or just because it looks reputable doesn't mean it is. So
no doubt.
With something like this, that you need to grant it access to your authorization tokens.
Be right back.
It is a good way for your little utility that's reporting on your usage to be like, oh, okay, well, I'm gonna take your tokens and now give it to somebody else. So there could be security issues with this sort of stuff, is kind of what I'm saying. So be careful, and kind of look into the person behind the software, and how much do we actually trust it before you install something that's free. But yeah,
I'd say that with any code for sure.
Yep.
know if I like how this is working on my end, the emoji maker thing, but I think I fixed this bug. Hopefully I did not introduce another bug. That's the thing, is making sure you don't hitting another bug. I don't know if I like how. So that's the view, crop image.
Yeah, we ended up getting like 6 inches of snow, and that's like unheard of over here.
Yeah, I don't do a lot of VM work, as it were, personally. Oh, sorry. Here, Logan, let me add you.
Oh, I was yeah, I haven't rebuilt the game.
It's okay.
I don't even know if
And
it's
we're-
still running.
We can. I mean, good news is we can wrap too,
True.
because it's not like crop image.
Guess it still works. I like this version. I think you had a good idea there.
For what?
The game.
Yeah, elevator action. Yeah, that's basically what it is. Or what the game was, I should say.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. It's crazy. Okay, so I'm making this emoji maker. It actually works. Emoji mosaic maker. Don't know what I'll call it, but I started it last night on a lark,
Cool.
and then I ran out of credits. I'm like, oh crap, I gotta quit.
On the lark?
On a lark, as in just kind of curious. I'm like, I wonder if I could do this. I wonder how that would work. I wonder how that would look. Yeah, and so it actually, what I'm doing actually does what I want it to do. Okay, now here's my question. So I've iterated this. We'll see if it still has the bug that I've run into. But would I be able to send you all this, the updated code and graphics, etc.? And would you be able to integrate, or take the update?
I would probably add a new folder and then just make it and have it redo what it did. I would say, hey,
okay, so you'd start it all over again.
Yeah. But then I would say, like, hey, this is the second iteration, the second time we're doing it. Take a look at all the components that we created the first time we did this, and don't redo what we already did, right? But I would create a new version. Because I mean, I kind of like this version, maybe I want to go back to it, right?
But you don't. This is much better. The one I did here is so much better. Well, okay, maybe not better, but I fixed a lot of the issues, not running through walls, the mechanic around, or not shooting through floors, the mechanics, or the scoring, of course. Enemy mechanics, the design, the elevators, and how they're expected to be. Why are all the enemies spawning from that level? That's funny. Holy cow, dude!
What?
All the enemies that fell to the bottom level.
Oh yeah.
and I can no longer see floor numbers. This is where it starts to get stupid.
I think as long as you're falling and you hold the down arrow, like you can't die because
because they're not shooting that way. They're not shooting. They're not been, so you can make them such that they do that.
Like by the time they notice you.
Hey, Pixel. Sorry, I was saying wrong. There's another guy. Pixel.
Pixel.
Hey Chris, so I did want to show you this. Yeah. This is something I did earlier. I vapor smoothed this. I don't know if you can see the detail on that, but
oh, yeah, your print can't really see it. You've got no front light.
Move it back a little bit. Yeah, it's in black. It's not the easiest thing to see, but yeah, I vapor smoothed it for about 20 minutes, and that's why it's all glossy and shit.
Hmm. Interesting. Okay, so square, portrait, landscape.
I'll add these games to this version, and then the other version I'll put up on Logan.center, Chris, if you want it. I mean, I think you're gonna post it on your
for what, my code for this game.
Yeah,
yeah. Like no, I'll be publishing it when I'm. I mean, I think after. I feel.
Oh, that died. I don't want to start over.
There we go. I feel like I've got this. I mean, I will be publishing it. I feel like this is a good game to publish.
Yeah,
a fun game, right? It's designed the way that I want it to be designed, etc.
Oh, you can't wait.
There we go. All right, let's see here. 10, 9, 8. Ah. Okay, good. So it fixed some logic. Like five files? Did I miss some?
I remember back when we were coding the Star Trek intro. Or Star Wars intro.
The Star Wars one? Yeah, that's still there. That script is still that. I did that. It's still there. It works. Man, I vibe coded the heck out of that thing. That's when I first started.
I know.
With,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. It took forever to do that one.
But it worked. I got it working the way I wanted it to work. Open image, reset view. Ooh. Wow, that's not. Huh, interesting. I'm again in troubleshooting. Some of the stuff that I'm doing is like weird, like.
Oh god! Look at all the guys that spawned here.
exactly. I had to go and adjust that as well. I've had to make a lot of adjustments.
Hey Logan, here I'm going to give you this one. This is something that I was working on for a long time. This is one of the cap that I got to for the coding limit, and you might be able to do something with it.
Okay.
It's a RTS.
All right.
Kind of got to the limits of my ability just because it stopped coding after 5,000.
Yeah.
All right, now I'm probably gonna hit my pro limit soon. This is what happens when I do 2 tasks in parallel. Like, oh, that's God's way of saying, no, you've AI'd too much for the day.
Time to take a break.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically. Well, I was running into an issue where it was the elevator was like squishing me out, and yeah, see, it's jumped me again.
Yeah. So the
Here you go. There you go.
the SimCity SimCity, yeah, that you sent me, it's set up to use Firestore and Firebase. So yeah, we would have to, in order to like run this like, you know, on the web somewhere, we would have to either get that hooked up with like a Google Cloud account,
right?
Or change how, like, you know, replace Firebase with something else,
right?
So yeah, let me take a look at what the other thing you sent.
I'm curious. Pick Soul. You said your 5-hour limit sitting at 94%. What have you been coding? What have you been making? Did you register for this one, for the Amazon gift card giveaway? Curious to know. Although my girlfriend tapped out. She was, bless her, she stuck around as long as she did. I'm always interested in seeing what people are doing, because it's like, it could inspire me.
So if you've got that RTS pulled up, I'm gonna explain to you a little bit about how it works. So your smaller units there, they're your ore collectors, and if you actually go down to the corner-ish of the map, any corner of the map, you should see a gold mine that you can then right-click on with them, and they'll start collecting ore.
Okay. Let me look at the. I got it downloaded. Let me.
You also have an AI that is your opponent.
Wow. New file.
I was really trying to make the damn AI, more, confrontational, I guess is the best word, but it stuck me at that limit, and I just couldn't go any further.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. So it's like 5,000 line long file. Yeah. Okay. That's a ton of stuff. Okay. What is going on in this file?
Lots of things.
Oh my god.
Don't look at it.
Update camera.
But you can build like barracks that'll allow you to go and build different units, and then you can start building different refineries and prism towers and black cannons and all
Wow.
sorts of different stuff.
There's so much JavaScript. It's like 90% JavaScript.
Right.
And yeah, I mean that's impressive. It's able to do all that in one file,
Right? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. So Pixel made an app to auto update mods for his Hightail server.
Which means what?
So Hightail's like a new version of Minecraft.
Oh, okay.
He made and they're doing all sorts of stuff with it now. It's very open, and they've got I don't know if it's on Steam or maybe it will be on Steam soon, but it was like $20, very affordable. And people are modding it to do all sorts of things with it. Yeah, that's a good plan, Pixel. Gemini is good at OpenAI, the GPT stuff is really good for planning, and Claude and like Opus in particular. Opus 4.5 is just really super good, the best right now that I've seen. I mean, I certainly haven't tried all the models. Like, there's so many different models. Open Code has like a ton of different models, like the GLM 4.7, the Kimi K2 thinking model. Like, you can try all sorts of different models out with Open Code, and I certainly need to do more testing with them, because the power of that is, you can just like have like very specific sub agents, and whereas like if you're building with Claude Code, it's only anthropic models, right?
Although haven't people found a way around that too? Changing the models even within Claude Code?
I think there's with the settings, the settings there's a way to
Ooh, sorry.
You can have different remote models, and you can control that. I'm sure there's a way.
Okay, here's my Logan. Here's the latest. There's a link for the latest.
Okay.
My final, what I feel I've got a viable app.
Got it.
Maybe changing one thing. Just one more thing. Yeah.
I don't know why there's not like a download button though. There's
For
not
what?
a share button. Like, I can
There's a share. You've got to open it in your own canvas. That's the thing.
I opened it in the canvas, but it's still like copy content contents, or there's not like a download the all the JavaScript or whatever. You have to like copy the whole file. So I'll just call this like agent elevator, agent final, or I don't know. Agent Chris.
Secret Agent Chris.
So yeah, I've got this one up if you wanna enlarge me, Chris.
Okay. Second. Which one's this one?
This is that RTS game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I actually got like basically a full version of Minecraft working in one text file too.
Whoa.
Oh, crap. Their forces found me. I didn't prepare for it.
So what's the little turrets or the little
Yeah, they're prism towers.
prison towers? Cool.
Some flat cannons up.
Oh, I'm glad y'all are playing it. I am changing the logic of spawning elevators in a different every time you play every level. There we go. Now it's oops. I'm checking to make sure they're going even. Oops. See how the shafts are in a different alignment.
You like want some randomness to where the shafts are? You
Where
mean?
the shaft is placed.
Yeah.
So like there, it was like it's here, and I hit refresh, seeing that it's closer to the other side.
Yeah.
Got my tanks moving in now.
Oh, that's awesome. You're like, you spawned a bunch of units and then you're like sending the units to kill the enemy base.
And there is sound in all of it too.
Wow. Cool. You did it. You won.
Yeah, right.
I was watching.
Too bad it's not too hard to win.
Yeah.
I tried to make it harder, but yeah, like I said, I ran the limit.
Nice.
But
Well,
I got co-op and versus and all that. Yeah, there are like different modes that you can do.
I'll get the app set up like how I did with Chris's, and then I'll send all the code back to you, and then you can kind of drop that into like anti-gravity would work or something like that, and then improve the game from there, and you won't run into any issues with it running out of context or what at that
right yeah. I tried to go and put it in anti-gravity one time, but it just wasn't working right for me. Like I would like upload parts of it at a time, but it didn't like understand, I guess, where they go. Yeah. Now it could have changed. I know it updated, considerably since the last time I used it though. So
yeah, it might have been a bug or something.
I had to upload it in pieces because it said it couldn't handle. I can't remember how much it was. Maybe like 2,000 lines at a time or something.
Oh yeah. 5,000
Yeah.
lines is crazy.
Pixel, yes, those are the playing that. Yes, you shot out one and it went dark. That's the. You never played elevator action? Is that? Oops, wrong one. Come on, why is it always? It's only
Yeah,
spawning.
I used to play RTSs like all the time, so I just wanted to see if it would do it, and
Like
I was very
Command
surprised that it didn't. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Red alert.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. KKND, if you remember that one.
KKND.
That was a very old one.
I'm not sure. KKND. Yeah. I mean,
This.
StarCraft, the first one. I mean, I was there. I played that like so much in college.
Yep.
I wonder if I have the. I'm gonna stand up and go see if I have a box to show off.
Ooh, actually, speaking of which, since you know,
I don't know where my StarCraft box is. Oh no, okay. I have the second one. I don't know. I've kept some things. I have two things to show off.
Yay!
Are you back? KKND, I don't remember that one.
Oh wait, that was a scope camera. Yeah, duh.
here you go.
There you go. Oh, nice. Sealed. That's pretty awesome.
Right. Yeah, I played the heck out of these games.
Hell yeah. I mean, that's the way to do it, is get it all graded and stuff. But
Right.
like, here's the two things I got, like,
Oh, nice. Yeah.
you know, StarCraft 2 and Doom.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, a friend actually gave me that one for a Christmas present.
Yeah.
But he's like a millionaire.
Oh, yeah.
Damn. And you think I'm exaggerating? I'm not. He's got like $3 million or something at this point.
Wow.
My God.
Wish you'd give it to me. You ain't give me no money though. That's okay.
You got a game out of it.
Yeah, right.
I think I've got this pretty well done and complete. Here we go.
Yeah, he actually gave me that because that's actually where we met, on a Renegade forum back in the day.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's awesome.
See, look at that. All right, now, true randomization. Oh, I see. There we go. Now, that's what I wanted, because it was only generating the shafts on the left, which is driving me nuts. I was like, nah, it's not random enough. I like the idea of randomness.
I like he appears and reappears. The animation is a lot better.
Yeah.
On the door.
Oh yeah, that's another thing I added. I added a so you could talk to each other. I added a chat.
Wow.
So, yeah.
On the real time strategy one.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
Yeah, so when you connect through peer-to-peer through Firebase, like you were saying, it lets you
You
talk
can
around the
talk to people. That's crazy. It's it all Gemini is like, here you go. Here's all this like GCP stuff. You can.
I mean, it took a lot of iterating, but yeah. I mean,
yeah. I think doesn't there's like Firebase has its own like version of Gemini or something. Firebase.
I'm not sure.
AI. Generative AI.
I just know
Firebase
that they use that for the
Studio.
back end.
Yeah, check out Firebase Studio.
Huh. All right.
I mean, it's yet another like VS Code fork.
Right.
But I don't know. I mean, Google Anti-Gravity, I think, is the future.
Probably, yeah. I mean, well, you know.
Why? Why do you say that?
For Google?
Yeah.
Because just what they have built is really, really good.
Google's the best at every damn thing.
Manager, the agent manager approach, where you can like you create little, and you can have like sub agents. You can do a lot of the stuff you can do in Cloud Code. You can do in Google Anti-Gravity. Set up agents, set up skills, like everything you want to do to like build software. Well, it like the pieces are there in Anti-Gravity. I mean, it's there in Cursor. Or it will be there soon.
And look at that. That's crazy. Look at the Genie. Have you seen a lot of these Genie videos people have been putting out?
Wow, that's cool. It's been a while.
Well, yeah, they just released it to Ultra users.
This is Genie 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's something that's completely simulated. It's that doesn't run on a game engine.
Oh, this is it's like just generating the thing like on the fly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like it's got to understand physics to make that work and shit.
Yeah.
So, Logan, were you able to the code that you got? Were you able to effectively merge? Is that the right word? Is that the word I'm looking for? Like bring in?
Yeah, redo the fork.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I didn't get it going on that yet. So I think the second iteration is probably gonna have to be a tomorrow thing. And the agent Chris one, and then I'm gonna do Pixels sent me two to do also. So I'm gonna try getting all three of those done. Maybe tomorrow or definitely this week for sure. And I'll send you guys messages on Discord, or a zip file or something. Yeah, I can send the file back that way. But I'm assuming it's fine. You guys are fine with I would post it on like a subdomain on logan.center.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Like okay.
Here's another one's my idea. It's like it's the otter in a snail boat.
Ah. Yeah, it's the only way to clear out the enemies when they fall all the way down.
Do you always have a yellow shirt? And then
Yeah. Why? Yeah, I'm always yellow shirt.
Okay.
The heck, you're a piece of bread. I guess they wanted to make a I am bread game.
Yeah. Except a realistic bread or something. Yeah. Interesting.
What I'm thinking is interesting though is that you having a technology like this, you could take literally any street view off of Google and like walk around the areas.
Yep. Just go to make your neighborhood into a video game asset.
Yeah.
I mean, don't share it with anybody because
Right.
then it's like, oh, I know exactly where you live now, from your video game.
But that's pretty easy to find out. I mean, it's kind of scary how easy that is to find out. It doesn't require much.
Right.
Anymore. Hey, they did this Google event thing, right? And it just kind of showed a little piece of the outside, and I was able to pinpoint exactly which building and which window it was looking at.
Wow,
crazy.
Nice. So have you tried to get better at GeoGuessr? Is that a hobby of yours?
No, it was more of just I wanted to see how easy it would be for me to find a location like that without having much to go on.
Yeah.
And yeah, I did it within about 15 minutes.
Wow. That's crazy.
And it was essentially off of a single picture.
Yeah, I mean, you could look up kind of like where Google offices are, and
Well, it's that, but it's also the thing is that they actually weren't in a Google office.
Oh, I see. Okay.
They were showing off the product, but they weren't in a Google office. They were in London, which they do have offices in London, but yeah, it was like down the street from a Google office.
Hmm.
I don't want AI detection. I don't want this to hit. It says AI, and that's when I start to get worried. Is this code calling external AI?
I actually took a picture off of your one of your vlogs, Chris, and it was when we were on that ferry, and it was not showing the ferry, but it was showing the landscape. And I asked the AI where you were, and it even said that you were on that damn ferry.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Wow.
It's scary, man. That's scary.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's getting there. Okay, good. No, the code is okay. It's JavaScript math. I don't like when it says AI because I don't want to get charged. For that. It's all JavaScript. Everything here is JavaScript. CSS, HTML, JavaScript. Okay, great.
So,
I'm good.
I don't know. I saw something about OpenClaw this week that somebody was like, "Oh, hey, go find an API key for me." It was like,
and then it burned through how many tokens?
It wasn't his key. He's like, go look on the internet and go find it.
A while back they did the same thing with Windows keys.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just listed a whole bunch of
more. You can get someone, whoever's key that was,
Yeah. Look on GitHub or look on
Dude, you know what?
wherever.
But here's the thing. I mean, you can do that.
Yeah.
You could do that.
Do a lot of scary things.
But I mean, there's definitely like a lot of people that are scanning, the internet for keys
Geez,
that
I wish that
haven't
happened to
been.
me.
Yeah.
Nice.
Honestly, Logan. Okay, I'm gonna have you, maybe not pivot your project, but like you've got a project like where you scan for whatever. That's the thing that's the tool that you need. Like a tool that scans for people who have keys, and then then send a notification. Hey, you've got a key that's public. That's a tool. That's a tool, not a bug report thing, but the keys to the kingdom. That would be incredibly helpful.
So, Google Git Guardian, Chris.
Git Guardian is it?
Yeah, it exists.
Well, of course it does.
It's just like not people don't know about it. So it will, you set it up with your GitHub and you turn it on. You can set it so. Typically, you'll do the work in a branch, in a feature branch. Like, we were talking about. You know what feature branches are.
Yeah.
And so like it won't let you merge the branch before you push the key. Like it'll like some of them it'll prevent you from making the commit, but like the other way it blocks you is you can't merge the code until you get rid of the key, basically, right? So
okay.
Yeah. Because it's if you think about like what it would take to scan, there's just so much code on the
internet,
and it's you are more likely if your key does make it into GitHub, it's more likely to get caught if it's in the main branch. But if it's in a feature branch, then it's less likely that and especially if the tool tells you like, hey, you need to delete this, it's less likely that somebody's gonna see it. Like some automated scanning thing's gonna see it. So hopefully you have that like set up, and you're careful. You're not gonna submit like a secret to your public repository, but,
right?
Yeah, that's definitely a the first thing that you want to do to prevent that, I would say, here's some good advice for everyone, is, hey, agent, whatever, set up my git ignore. Set up the git ignore, and it will do a really good job. Make sure that, of ignoring all the places where secrets might be, so that they don't get checked in. Mm-hmm. I think that's kind of like the first thing you do once you're at the point where like I want Git, I want version control, is like, okay, well, get that set up, get set up, set up Git, and then set up the git ignore is like step 2. So
see, this is where I'm like, I don't even want to go down that rabbit hole. I'd be afraid. I'm just afraid. Too afraid.
Yeah.
Check out that. That's
you've reached your context
but it's
limit.
on Janie.
That's have all. I? No.
No, I'm just saying
Okay, I'm like, what? I'm close. I know I'm close.
No, when I start talking about like, setting up, version control and all,
and all that stuff, that's where it gets heavy. Really heavy.
Your context limit. You've reached your context limit.
My own.
Yeah, your own. Yeah.
This is where I think this is where Gemini starts getting like flaky. Like it does this. Like we're just like, dude, what are you doing? Like I didn't ask you to do that. Why did you do that?
That's amazing.
It's having big time problems. Year limit resets? Oh no! Isn't that crazy? That's Genie 3. Like you basically tell it where to go and what the character is, and then it basically creates like an FPS game. That's a game that
It's
AI
not a
basically
video,
created.
right? Like
what?
Pixel, like, do you know, like, is it what the ultra thing gives you is like a binary, or is it like a video file?
Oh no, you can play it.
Yeah, you can play that. Yeah.
It's playable.
Yeah, it's a completely generated world.
Like in the browser.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in the
browser. Yeah, this is Genie. You can unlock it with Google AI Ultra right now. It's just. I mean, like for an FPS, I'm just like, dude, look at those NPCs. The NPCs are moving around, right? Like I mean, this is why, like the stock market, all these game companies, their values just dropped. They plummeted.
If anyone can do that. Yeah, you have to be extra careful on finding the videos, huh?
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine what this stuff's gonna look like in 2-3 years.
Yeah.
2-3 years, 6 months.
I know, right? But imagine years.
Oh yeah, years. No, you're further out, but like it's just incredible.
Yeah, the pace at which everything's moving is crazy.
Google has had a crazy year. I mean, Claude has had a crazy year too.
I think it's funny, the people that I introduced to ChatGPT and things like that back when it first started, and everybody said it was awful, and they didn't keep up with it, and they still think it's awful, and it's not anymore.
Yeah. I mean, Perplexity is like, I mean, there's so many companies now, that they've kind of found their own niche on.
You have to.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
You just like a piece of paper in this one?
Yeah, see, Pixel, I totally agree. Within another 5 years, most game people are playing will be made by AI. Well, but here's the kicker. Wait, hang on. Is that a Genie? You're a paper flying through. It's just like even the game that I did, right? This stupid, silly, like elevator action-esque game is something that I created, right? It's based on an old game that I remember playing, like, and I made it mine. And so, like, even down to, so I've got this. I mentioned this in the live stream on Thursday. Something that I didn't quite get through, but I did get to it eventually, and I've got to. I think I do need to rename it. but this is, if you remember Zuma from Xbox, this is effectively,
cool.
my take on the game Zuma, right? Because I remember playing Zuma, and I saw it was available for. This is all HTML. This is all a single file HTML app, and so like getting it to where I wanted it to get to, it took a while. I admit, like this is really, it was a bit of a challenge to get it, generative the way that I wanted it, to have the path go the way that I wanted it, even the ball designs the way that I wanted them, the level progression, everything that I was trying to get it to do, admittedly took a while. But the outcome is I got a game that not only I could play, but I could send it on to somebody else and they could play it too. Right? Do y'all remember Zuma? Did you play Zuma?
Yeah, I did.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is effectively, again, single HTML page, and it works. Like it is a playable game.
That's awesome.
Isn't it crazy? So now I gotta wait until it progresses, right? So I'm not happy. I'm not thrilled with the HUD. I think I want to reposition it in the lower right, style it a bit differently. But you have no idea how long it took me to create this. It took me so freaking long, so long. See, if I don't focus on it, it pauses automatically. It took me so long to get this to work. I mean, you have no idea. No idea. Would it be easier to just play somebody else's game? Yeah. But it's the exercise of going through and creating and making
your own
in
thing.
such a way that it's incredible. Like it's Zuma. Basically, it's the Zuma game.
You remember making that one? The Santris?
Oh yeah. Well, you made Santris, and all I did was iterate.
Well, I mean,
like
joint
Tetris
project.
with sand.
If I can
What's
get
that?
oh crap.
Tetris with sand.
Yeah.
Yeah, so oh god. This one's gonna be harder. It can't touch the red, basically. You gotta keep it from touching the red. Oh no! Oh crap! Oh crap!
Uh-oh.
I'm dead. Oh, whew.
Nice.
Oh no! Ah!
So this one here.
Did you find? Is it yours or the final?
This is the one that's on your arcade.
Oh yeah. That was based on his code. He vibe coded it, and then I iterated. I was like, that's a great idea. So this one, I can say I think I've got to make a couple of adjustments as I'm seeing like the red beam. It's like jumping up, it's not exactly accurate, but that's another iteration I need to make with it. Oh god, oh man.
So actually, how you play this one is you have to get the entire color touching one side to the other.
One side or the other.
That's awesome. That's fun.
Yeah, we've done I've done a lot of those games, but like that's why I like taking the inspiration from others. I'm like, I never even thought of that. Well, what about this? What about that?
Yeah.
And so Zuma came up as an ad. Like it was available for I don't know how much, like $5 or $2 on whatever it is. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. Let me move this out of the way. And so I said, well, I wonder if I could create it. That was famous last words, right? Like, it was like, I should not have done that.
It was more complicated than I thought. Yeah.
My bad. But the outcome was I got it done. I did it. So now this is the emoji the emoji maker. I don't know how you colorize, fix colors. Color style. Hang on. How do I?
Oh no! Oh, that's not too bad. Uh-oh, purple's now a problem. What? How's that not connected?
Yeah, right.
Alright. Colors.
Oh,
Got one of them.
score.
I need green.
There's the green.
Got green.
Ooh, big money, big money. You got that little pink shit in the middle that
Yeah, I know.
little speck of pink.
I'm trying to get that blue, but it ain't coming.
Yeah, good luck. Oh, hey, you got orange? Oh,
Yeah.
denied on the orange.
Yeah. I finally got blue and I can't use it.
I know, dude. That's the way it always goes. Pick Soul said, I love AI as someone creative. Exact me, and not an expert coder. Well, I'm not one at all. Being able to give my creative ideas to AI and then talking through building my ideas and actually using them is so amazing. Oh, yeah. It's like you have no freaking idea. That's exactly it. That's exactly it.
I'm dead.
That's exactly why vibe coding works.
Yep.
But yeah, imagine this is GTA 7.
Mosaic engine, background, filter, stylized. Yeah, see it nuked. And it nuked some like this is where it's getting really stupid. Like it's deleting features from my app. I'm like, I didn't ask you to delete this, and you did. I've run into that problem with games too.
Mm.
So yeah, I feel like this one is about ready to ship. Maybe with the accuracy of the laser hitting it, and like especially like when it's close to horizontal, it's like pushing the balls out further than they should be. This is definitely pretty much ready.
Somebody tried to make like a blockbuster.
Blockbuster simulator. Awesome.
A blockbuster simulator, like Blockbuster Video.
Yeah.
Yeah. None of the
That's
videos
funny.
look realistic except for the Matrix one.
Yeah, right.
Well, even that, like the cover's not.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you know, it'll get there, but yeah, that's damn impressive still. I saw people making worlds like that through paintings. That you just walk through paintings.
Like Super Mario.
Well, more like Van Gogh. Like it would make an entire like
Holy
world
cow.
around their painting. You could walk through.
Whoa. That's amazing.
This is AI.
Car driving through Minecraft.
What? I keep finding new Minecraft mods that
Right.
I want to play. Add-ons.
I do not. I don't Minecraft. Too dizzy.
Dizzy, you said?
Yeah, I got motion sick.
Right, yeah, yeah. I remember you saying that.
that was the problem for me.
Dog simulator.
What happened to my?
This is supposed to be Disney World.
All right, guys. I don't know if you're both Pacific, but
Yeah,
I am not Pacific.
so I'm
I'm
Pacific.
Eastern.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm gonna. I think we've definitely hit a longer than I thought we'd go tonight. But that's great.
It's only 1 a.m.
Yeah, it's only been a 4-hour stream, so yeah, thanks for hanging. It's made it a lot more fun and dynamic rather than just me sitting in and got more knowledge than I could have shared otherwise. I'll be sending out. Yeah, I'll be sending out the survey for everybody who participated with the agent code, and I'll have mine uploaded soon. You're getting a preview of what I've been vibe coding. Other than that, and so yeah, thank you everybody for participating, and thanks to the sponsors, every Google Jewels in the past, and they'll be coming in again. Just kind of waiting for that to get nailed down. The next in-person / hybrid event is the end of February, so I'm probably looking at in another couple of weeks, like mid-February, doing another virtual vibe coding like this, where everybody's here. Every Thursday, I'm here, and Pixel sometimes as well. Like, it's just me kind of like fiddling around, because I'm doing that anyway. So, just flipping on the camera, certainly on Twitch, you're welcome to tune in for that too. We've got the Discord server that you're more than welcome to join if you are so inclined. And that, of course, is over on the ctrl+alt+create website. If you go there and scroll all the way down, join the Discord. You can also subscribe to get the email updates to get updated on what's going on, what's some new things, this, that, and the other thing, editorial, a whole mix. So that's all available here on the ctrl+alt+create website. Thanks again. No, seriously, honestly, this is how I'd spend my time normally. So it's good to be able to share it with people who kind of have that same interest and passion. So thanks, Fixin' Dude. Really appreciate it. Your support, you being here, and everything. I'm curious to know what you did with agents. Secret Agent Man, Secret Agent. That song's going to be stuck in my head. As opposed to Secret Colonoscopy Man, which is going to be Monday.